Good evening. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Glendora City Council. Tonight, 4 of us are here in the chambers, and Mayor Pro Tem Boyer is joining us via Zoom. So those of you that are on Zoom, you can see him on that screen. Also tonight, I'd like to make note that due to some technical difficulties, you may have difficulty streaming live on the city's website. If so, we invite you to follow the instructions on the screen by going to the city's YouTube channel or using Zoom. And the Zoom ID is also on the city's website as well as on the Zoom screen that you may be viewing at this time if you're viewing on channel 3. So thank you very much. And with that, we will begin with public comment. At this time, I would invite anyone who wishes to speak on this item that is on our agenda this evening to do so. Have we received any public comment cards?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we received no requests to give public comment via the public comment cards, no emails received through public comment email, and for participants, none that have requested to speak at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, then, I will close the public comment and bring us to our first item, which is to conduct interviews and appoint applicants to fill the expiring vacancies on the City Council appointed Board of Commissions for terms that expire June 30th, 2022. And tonight, I would invite you to share any report that you have on that.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, the item before you is to conduct interviews for the one remaining vacancy on the Library Board of Trustees. At its previous meeting on April 26th, the council voted to appoint the 2 incumbents that had applied. So that left 1 vacancy. So originally we received 6 applications, 2 of which were incumbents. Those 2 were appointed at the last City Council meeting, and this is the last remaining vacancy, of which we have 3 of the 4 that have arrived for interviews. So at this time, we have the 5 o'clock, 5:10, and 5:30 who are here. We'll wait and see if the 5:20 will arrive later. And at this point, we will be conducting the interviews. We're asking that you conduct the interviews, and afterwards we'll do a vote on the appointments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dominguez. With that, then we will go to our first applicant. And Christine, I apologize in advance. Brodar. Those Canadians. Very good. Well, welcome. We thank you very much for applying and invite you to share with us why you've decided to apply to be on the library board.
Thank you. Well, thanks to all of the council members for having me this evening. I appreciate the time. I am a relative newcomer to Glendora. I am a lifelong resident of Southern California, but I moved here just over a year ago. My husband and I moved here, discovered the community, and absolutely fell in love with it. So for those of you who may have known Dirk and Terry Rogers, we now live in their house on Amelia Avenue, lovely little place, fountain out front. And we have absolutely adored our first year here. It's a really special community. One of my neighbors is Tomoko Tolland, whom I think you all know. And Tomoko and I had very long conversations over dinners in which I expressed to her that I was the daughter of 2 college professors. I very much have a passion for community service and wanted to find something in Glendora that I could really be dedicated to. She told me a lot about the library. I actually came to the anniversary celebration not long ago and met, I think, a number of you very briefly. And I really think that the library holds a special place in the community. To me, there's no replacement for the ability to spark imagination and learning in a community and among our children and our adults. And I think that there is an opportunity for us with the library to think about new ways of reaching the community. We are not just bound by a physical building and hardbound books. We now have digital assets at our disposal. We can go out into the community and I think begin to serve our constituents in new ways. I personally come from a highly digital background. I am a chief marketing officer of a billion-dollar company at this point. Formerly was the global marketing leader for Deloitte & Touche, the $50 billion accounting firm. So I live in a world in which I need to know how to reach an audience. And I would like to apply those skills to the library to, again, really make a difference in our community, to think about how we reach people in new ways, and to think about the socioeconomic divide that exists not only in Glendora, but beyond. There are people who have easy access to getting to the library, easy access to the internet, a laptop in their homes, and others who may not. And I think, again, as we are considering how we move the library forward into the second half of its century of existence, what is it that we can do to really rethink how we reach out to this community, how we think again outside these walls, how we go out into the community and begin to engage in new ways, meet young people where they are in a digital world, think outside the book, if you will, but again, really bring home that imagination, that passion for learning, that sense of Glendora community back to us.
Thank you. I think you could have helped my two colleagues earlier figure out how to open up the program on here.
Sadly, I was actually watching them and my fingers were itching a little bit. I do spend most
Yes,
of my
I
life
would've-
on Zoom.
Thank you. Well, I will bring it back to the council for questions. Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you. And thank you for your interest in wanting to join the community at another level. That's very remarkable.
Thank you.
You suggest that an outreach program to introduce our services to the entire community. Where do you feel we're missing residents now currently?
Yeah,
And-
that's a
and what
great
can we do?
question. Thank you. And again, I think I'm going to bring it back a bit to children and family members who do not have ready access to transportation, who cannot get here easily. Maybe they're older and they have mobility issues, for example. Not everyone has easy access to the internet or a computer at home, even in 2022. And I think that makes accessing what the library has to offer much more challenging. So I think it is incumbent on us in those circumstances to reach out to people who can't physically be here or digitally connect and think about how we go to them, meet them where they are physically, and really try to engage them in new and different ways.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Great.
Thank you. Mr. Alawas?
Thank you, Mayor. You've mentioned about using your skills over at Price Waterhouse. How would you use your skills in this position as a board member, a trustee, directing staff, and working with your colleagues?
Absolutely. Thank you. So one of the things that I am exceptionally good at is getting the word out about things. So I'm a marketer by trade and a promoter at heart. And I know how to use digital channels, social media, organic search, paid search, all kinds of fancy technologies to get the word out, and it can be done quite inexpensively and at the community level. So I'd really like to leverage those digital tools to make sure that the community knows about us and knows what we bring to the table. And in addition, we're kind of in a hybrid world right now, where sometimes we're able to meet in person. Sometimes we engage, as we are with the community right now, virtually. And again, I think that my deep familiarity, comfort with, and knowledge of how to maximize technologies can again help us engage, whether we're face-to-face or whether we're in this hybridized semi-digital world where we may be speaking to people across a laptop screen instead of face-to-face.
Are you aware of what the library has done under Janet Stone's tutelage with her, as she puts it, containers of information, and how she gets it out there to the populace, and how she's also been able to, and the board of trustees, bring more folks over to the library? Are you familiar with some of the things they did? Actually, a lot of it was amped up during COVID and it's continued since.
Yes, I'm familiar with some of it. I freely admit I have much more to learn being a newbie here.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Mr. Thompson?
Thank you for being here. And just to let you know, the system that we have is new. So I'm not as
Let me know if you need a hand.
as old as I look, but yes, the mayor's right. I always welcome help because it's just a good thing. Welcome. And maybe I want to take a little bit of a different approach. So have you ever served in this type of role or any other city or government type of role like this, or is this your first step into the river in terms of city service? You had mentioned your parents, so I didn't know if you had seen them serve, and so maybe you could kind of expand on that.
Absolutely. Yes, this is my maiden voyage into this type of service.
Okay,
I have served on the boards of a number of organizations.
sure.
Also have served on the boards of a number of charitable foundations and organizations.
Mm.
So I feel that I have fairly extensive experience in working with the community, but I am absolutely new to this role. And it's part of what excites me about it is I'd like to learn more. I think that all of us, all of you sitting here presumably got your starts somewhere by dipping in a toe.
Yeah,
And here's
yeah.
my toe and I'm hoping to dip it.
yeah, yeah, that's good. Can I ask where, you moved from?
Yes, you may. I lived for 20 years in Beverly Woods, so I was on the west side.
Okay, okay, good,
Yeah,
good.
my mom is out in Glendale, so we're kind of spread down the road now from each other.
Yeah, good. Last question. So what are the top 2 things that you most admire about what Janet Stone has built, the city's built, the real jewel of our town is?
Yeah, so I will say that one of the things that impressed me deeply was when I came to the celebration of the library a few weeks ago. And Tomoko invited me, and I thought, yes, I'd love to come. And I expected, honestly, a handful of people. I didn't expect the presence of the city council. I thought it would be kind of perfunctory where, a few people who were dedicated to the library sadly congratulated themselves. And I was overwhelmed and thrilled to see the turnout from the community.
Okay.
I see the turnout from city council. And I absolutely think that that is a testament to what she has done. She has built passion for this library. She has built a community of evangelists, a community of people who show up.
Right.
So that to me is the number one most impressive thing. And I think that if I were to kind of say number 2, again, I have much more to learn about her specific initiatives, so I don't want to misstate those here. But the other thing, again, that I found very inspiring was that when I was talking to Tomoko, she spoke so passionately about her role on the Board of Library Trustees. And I thought, I've never heard anyone talk about a position of this type before with that kind of depth and passion. And again, I think that all comes back to what leadership has done to build passion within the people who serve it, within the community, and with those who see its worth and its value.
Great. Thank you.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now I will turn to technology and invite the Mayor Pro Tem, who is joining us via Zoom, to ask you any questions he might have.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Welcome, Christine. I think you and I met at the 50th year anniversary when we were out there, but I appreciate you applying for this position. A couple of questions I have for you. You noted your volunteer experience. Could you share with us maybe some of the organizations that you have volunteered with in the past?
Yes, absolutely.
Or maybe still are?
Yeah, so one of the organizations that was most meaningful to me, so I spent a number of years living out on the East Coast, although I'm a SoCal native, is I served on the board of a conservatory of music for disadvantaged children. And we raised funding to bring in instruments, to bring in instructors, to transport students to a place where they had a safe space to practice. And we raised, in addition, lots of funding for it. So I personally, I think at last count, had raised myself over $5 million for the organization. In addition to bringing in, I'm trying to think now, 84 new students and a number of new instruments. So again, I have a bit of a soft spot for organizations that appeal particularly to children. There's a certain irony to that in that I don't have any of my own, so maybe it makes me more soft-hearted because I haven't seen the tough side of child rearing, but that was one that was very near and dear to my heart.
Appreciate that. One of the things as you talk about it is, as we get the opportunity to get out and speak to students in the community, I always like to ask the question is how many students in Glendora have visited our library? And almost every time I ask that question, it's 100% of the people that are the kids that are sitting in front of me have visited the library at one point or another. Hey, have you had an opportunity to view the meetings? Do you have a clear understanding of the time commitment? This is a volunteer position, and it's important. There's 5 members on the Board of Trustees, and it takes all 5 members to make everything work. I just want to make sure that you understand the time commitment. It's a little bit more than just a meeting once a month. There are some other events and things that take place. Being friends with Tomoko, I'm sure she's filled you in a little bit on that, but I just want to make sure that you are ready to commit to that type of time commitment.
Yes, thank you. That's an excellent question. Tomoko was quite clear and quite stern on that point. So I have a firm understanding of that before I applied for the position. Thankfully, although I have a full-time and fairly high-pressure job, I do have the luxury of working full-time from my home office. I have a lot of flexibility in my schedule. My admin can move things around for me. So I'm able to be free for commitments when I need to be free. So yes, I do understand. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, the commitment level involved, and I am prepared to meet it.
Okay, appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Christine. Any last comments or questions you had for us?
No, I'd like to thank you so much for your time. And I also would like to apologize to those of you who got a call from Gordon Norman, who apparently tried to call every city council member on my behalf. So he is absolutely a wonderful and sweet man. But if he harangued you about me, again, my apologies. I didn't put him up to it, but it was very kind of him to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
so much.
Yes. Okay, next I would like to invite Christina Delano to come up. Welcome.
Thank you.
And if you could share with us why you have applied for this position?
Well, apparently we all seem to know Tomoko. I actually went to school with her and she's a very good friend of my sister's. And she had mentioned about the position and it was just some way for me to volunteer in the community that I live. I grew up here. I moved away with my husband, you know, because we couldn't afford a house here back in the day. And we raised our children out in Riverside. And we just moved back about a year and a half ago. I continually volunteered through Pony, through ASA softball, through all the sporting teams that my kids did. I was on the board. I started the West Zone Pony softball and all the way through high school. So even their team parent and things like that I would be doing. Our kids played travel ball and sports and spent many a time going through there and just got back here. And it was just, I really wanted to do something for the community. I didn't realize that the library is 50 years old. So I have been going there since I was in school. Just the building. Okay. But still, I mean, I guess that's what I meant. Sorry. You know, I used to go there in the summers. I spent a lot of time going there and learning and read more books. And I know technology has changed and our daughter is a teacher. She teaches special needs. So through this COVID time, have watched some of the struggles that she has had teaching her kids and wanted to do something that could help the schools and the community here.
What would you say are some of the particular gifts or talents that you would bring to this position?
I'd like to think I'm very organized. I have worked full-time since I was 17. I still work full-time out in Riverside. I work for the Toro Company. So I have no idea how big Rainbird was until I started there 26 years ago. But I've been in finance and service, and customer service is one of my biggest strengths. And helping. I mean, I just think that that's just an area where I foster my biggest things to do.
And the reason I glanced that way earlier when you said Riverside was there's a connection with the city manager in Riverside. So now that he's back in the
Technically,
room,
it's
we can-
Harupa Valley, which, you know, in Eastville, but Harupa Valley is where we lived. And Patriot High School is where the kids went.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you and welcome back.
Yes, we're very happy to be back. My mom lives a mile from us.
Oh,
My sister
nice.
lives a mile from us, and my other sister bought the Gordon House over off of by the high school.
Yeah.
And has been redoing that for the last year plus. So
Yeah,
it's wonderful to be walking distance, dog walking distance. I continually walk around, and
That's-
there's nothing like this town. So
that's
people who
true.
move away always want to come back.
That's true. That's true. And Riverside's not that bad. And we are blessed that Adam,
I moved
King.
here. Hey,
yeah.
I live here
yeah,
too.
I
yeah,
am very
you-
thankful for the opportunities that I was able to get there. I worked close enough where we lived, and I was able to do all the things that I just
Yeah,
said because of that.
Sure. Sure.
So,
Yeah. Okay. So Toro. So just for are, those mower guys?
I work for the irrigation division, yes,
Very
but
good. Okay.
um,
Huh?
They make sprinklers too.
Sprinklers
thank you.
too.
See,
Okay.
but you know what? Most people do not know that. So when like I say
did not know
Toro,
that.
I always go,
so, okay.
lawnmowers.
Okay. So
Our number one in golf.
So what are
Pebble
the,
Beach.
maybe the 2 or 3 special takeaways that you recall as a child growing up here that the library impressed upon you, and in coming back now that you would want to kind of build off of? I mean, I'm just curious as to the impact that it made on your own life.
Opportunities to learn more. I never thought there was something I couldn't do.
Yeah.
And I think that being able to go there and learn more and get ready for whether it be SATs back in the day, because, we had to do those,
Yeah.
as you know,
Yeah, we did.
whether it be and it was safe there. It was a place of safety.
Mm,
Not that, Glendora is very safe.
right.
So I never felt like I wasn't safe anywhere, but it was just a safe place to go and learn and foster that.
Yeah, good. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing. And again, thank you for coming back. So thank you.
Mr. Friedendall.
Welcome, Christina, and thank you.
Thank
And
you.
not all bad things come out of Riverside. It's a pretty good place. So
Now
even in Iowa and Center Street, that's okay. It's welcome. In your service center management idea, I'm kind of paramount with having been there too in my career. It's all about service. And what sort of service opportunities do you feel our library can grow with?
the customer service from a tech support standpoint is where I do most of the service. We also have a repair service that I run as well. It's just, to me, it would be welcoming and open and helpful from a service standpoint to be there.
All right. Thank you. No other questions?
Mr. Alawas.
Thanks for being here. This is always lots of fun, and I know that you're a little bit nervous, but it's okay.
I know I shouldn't be, but sorry.
So have you spent much time at our library since you've been back?
I will have to admit that I haven't spent as much time as I would have liked to have been there. So I haven't gotten as into it as I would like to be.
It gets used quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
So how would you use your experience in volleyball, softball, and all of that, being a leadership role, into being a board of trustees?
The teamwork, having the teamwork that we had to make things happen. We had to do fundraising. We had to get uniforms. We had to get scheduling, being a part of that group to make things happen. It takes a village to run a team, and just getting from arrangements to supplies. Balls, first aid kits, you name it. I was to coordinate all that.
What was the age group that you worked with?
Let's see, it would be U6 to U14. Because Pony usually ends out at 14. But then in high school, I did the team mom for the high school volleyball team and soccer team and softball team, getting their spirit packs and why am I drawing the blank? Selling food and things like that.
So you did the fun years and the challenging years of a
Oh,
young
yeah.
person.
Oh, even college. My daughter our oldest went to Whittier College, and she played volleyball and softball there. So we even helping the coach organize and get things done there too. So
Right. Thank you very much.
thanks.
And now I will turn to Mayor Pro Tem Boyer to ask any questions. Mr.
Thanks,
Boyer.
Karen. Again, welcome, Christina. Michael can talk about the pressure of standing at that podium. I will tell you that even when we're at other meetings, we have to stand at that podium. It can be nerve-wracking at times. So, and I've also decided whenever we need volunteers, we need to reach out to Tomoko to try to help us recruit volunteers, because she's doing a great job. I'm going to ask you the same question about the time commitment. Have you had the opportunity to talk to Tomoko and understand? Because sometimes people get on these boards and commissions, and then they're not able to participate as much as they would like to. And I just want to make sure that you do understand the time commitment, and you believe you're going to be capable of handling that.
Oh, yes. No, our kids are older, and even though I still work, I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think that I could do the commitment. If I say I'm going to be somewhere, I'm always there. I think my kids never miss a day of work. I've never missed a day of school just for that purpose. I mean, when I commit to something, I commit to something. And I even have my husband here to vouch that I will could be here and everything.
Okay, appreciate it. Growing up here, you know how precious the library is to this community.
Mhm.
It has been forever. And so I appreciate your applying. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing comments or questions you have for us?
No, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. And again, welcome back to Glendora, and thank you for coming back. Okay, next I will invite Carrie Ann Johnson. Hello, welcome.
Thank
And if you could start out and tell us why you decided to apply for this?
I was approached to apply for this position because I have an extensive background in literacy and libraries as well. So they thought I would be an excellent skill fit for the position. It was Erica Landeman and Tomoko as well, like everybody.
And so if you want to elaborate a little bit on some of your particular skills and abilities that you think you would bring to this position?
So I have been a literacy specialist and elementary school teacher for the past 27 years during the day. At night, I am a professor of literacy instruction for the University of Laverne and Pacific Oaks College and UCLA. So I do literacy when I'm not doing Boy Scouts. I do literacy like 24 hours a day. And as part of my work in literacy, I served as a literacy coach for a very large junior high. It was 1,200 kid junior high, 72 teachers, and the library was central to my work there. So I did a lot of specialized programs, grants, presenting at library conferences, creating programs that had never existed before, and getting everybody like central into the library so that the library was driving the culture at the school. And we were very successful at that.
Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
As you can tell, we all love our library.
We do. Everybody does.
And have you spent much time there?
I have visited throughout the years. Yes.
Great. And you're very involved with Boy Scouts, particularly Trail to First Class.
So I have been a previous counselor for Trail to First Class. That's for the little kids, but I have 15-year-old twin boys at home, and
I'm sorry.
For 15-year-old twin boys, they're pretty great, so I'm lucky. But I'm kind of in another aspect of my scouting volunteerism now in the higher ranks for the kids. So my children are pulling up on their Eagle. They're going to start to work on that. And we do very large scale like trips. My son Reed was the one that went to Antarctica. So you honored him, and that was really a fabulous night for the entire family. So thank you, Mr. Friedendahl. That was fabulous. Yeah, so we're always at Scouts. I was at Scouts last night.
So since you spent some time with the library and they do an awesome job with all different programs and everything, what could you improve upon with what they're already doing?
Okay, so when you're talking about a library, you're talking about sacred ground. You're talking about something that has to be very deeply considered. It has to be observed. Everyone who is a stakeholder has to contribute. Fresh ideas maybe can be brought to the table. That would be a good fit, but it would have to be after a lot of consideration on what would be a good fit for this particular community, because a program that would be great for another community may not be a great fit for this community. For example, at my junior high, we had kids who they didn't read like ever. And so it's really hard to get a child to score really well on a test, which was the big deal at the time. It's a little tamped down now, thank you. But you needed to get them to read voluminously. So at the time, it was the big Twilight craze, right? So our children, where I teach in El Monte, we do not have access to books. So we don't have a bookstore, we don't have bookshops. It's very difficult to even find a magazine in a supermarket. So I worked with Barnes & Noble. It's called a book flood. So I book flooded the entire school with literally like 850 copies of Twilight. And it got so like every kid was reading all of the books. And as you know, they're like this thick. And they were talking about the books and interacting with the books. And I had books brought in Spanish. I had books brought in Chinese. So children who had never been part of like the mainstream culture, they'd always been like in the bungalow in the back, do you know what I mean, with the special teacher. They had reading material just like all of the other kids because I made sure that I adapted the reading material. So Twilight may not be a great choice for this particular library, but for that particular library, it was. So we ended up renting this movie theater over here, putting all the kids on the bus, taking them to the movie theater. So kids who had read Twilight in Chinese or Spanish or English were all like, woo, interacting with the movie, which was a big emotional moment for the teachers, right? And we did a culminating project was we did a vampire prom. So they didn't have access to go get like the vampire costumes and whatever. So I brought in all the costumes and tiaras and the little fangs and light up LED fangs and all sorts of stuff so that they would have a really fun time and make literacy really memorable. So that would be a special program that would be particularly tailored to that environment. I would have to really consider first, really look, listen, interact to figure out what would be a really great program that might be added to the library here.
Outreach and communication is always a challenge, even at our level as well, trying to work with the community.
Mhm.
How could you improve that to get more folks involved with the library and what we do or what they do?
Well, I would do what I know and I would hit the teachers. I would go into the schools, I would talk with the principals, talk with your heads of department at the high school and the junior highs and figure out what their literacy needs, where the gaps, what are they seeing? Spoiler alert, the kids always need to read more. They just don't read enough. You got to get them to read those books. So what would be the programs that they would like to see here and create a relationship that way? And there's a lot of grants for relationship building between organizations and the library.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. How exciting. Mr. Thompson.
Carrie Ann, thank you for taking time to be here. As you know, we all need funds.
Yes.
It's a common theme that a library needs. So tell us a little bit about what you've done at the Irwindale Speedway
Oh, that was really
and
fun.
what is or what are teen tobers or tubers?
Oh, Teen-tober. Okay.
Tober. So tell us
Yes.
just a little bit about both of those to illuminate maybe some of the ability for you to raise funds. I'm just curious about that.
Okay. So so three things. When I was working with the library in the past, I did write grants for the library.
Okay.
So the grants that I did write, one we were granted, and one, the final three recipients, the top three, they put them in a hat and picked it, and we didn't get picked.
Oh,
Right. But that would have been a really fabulous grant. So I'm well versed in writing library grants and I understand the relationships and the parameters. Like there's a lot of relationship builds that have to facilitate these grants. Like for instance, you can bring in an author and they'll pay for it, but they also have to speak at the high school and they also have to speak at Citrus and then you can get the grant,
okay.
but they can't just come here. So a plethora of those grant opportunities for that. Irwindale Speedway was a really fabulous fundraiser. The person down at Irwindale Speedway, Lisa Huddleston, loves to work with the community organizations. And we did a night for the Scouts and we raised a a it was a lot of money for our scout troop.
Great.
And we had a fabulous time, and it was fireworks, and it was, you know, if we were going to make it more elaborate in the future, we could have done the flag ceremony on the green. We could have had, like, if it was for the library, you could bring in the band to do the performance on the field. You could have one of the Acquire people saying the national anthem, like whatever we would want for Irwindale Speedway, they make it happen. It's really fun.
Wow.
It's a
that's
good
great.
one. And then Teen-tober. So as you can imagine, the Dr. Seuss theme, when it hits a certain age, is developmentally not as riveting as it might be. So if you're trying to captivate a 14-year-old boy with Dr. Seuss, right?
Yeah.
So
right.
the American Library Association has crafted a unique, instead of Read Across America, which is geared developmentally to a younger crowd, it's called Teen-tober.
Okay.
And so it's a celebration of literacy for teens in October, and there's grants attached to that and tons of activities for that. And to your point about the to your question about the Teen-tober, the Vampire Prom was our culminating event for the Teen-tober.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So we
Okay.
had Halloween and prom and literacy, and it was fun, and it was really
Wow.
great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate
Welcome.
it.
Mr. Friedel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Carrie, for your interest in wanting to be part of our team. The library is a unique environment in that it has a trifecta of great staff, a terrific Friends Foundation that is always doing things outside the box to put the library forefront in the community and raise lots of money. So with that combination, and you've shared some good ideas already that I think probably answer this, but it's a compelling audience for outreach, and how can we enhance those two entities even more? And the trustees is the third part of that great combination.
So
Working with all three of them working together to accomplish some of the great imaginative ideas that you've got that are very realistic.
I think it's very realistic, kind of like a twinkling idea that I've always wondered why. I think it would be something to consider and investigate to do a Bobby Burns night. It's the birthday night of the poet laureate of Scotland, Robert Burns, and it's like Scottish 4th of July, and how it's a ritual dinner, kind of like Thanksgiving, like there's certain dishes and whatever. And so you have to so you have to have bagpipes there, ding ding high school, right? You have to have a singer there, the choir at the high school. You have to have an actor to perform the spoken word of Robert Burns. You have to have a dinner. It's going to be a fundraiser, right? So you can pull in all of these different components and the high school and create a stronger bond there. And then multiple organizations within the high school to form that kind of like alliance as well. So I kind of think about pulling in all sorts of different components to craft an event that would be really meaningful on a lot of different levels.
Okay, great. I think we all would agree that what's good for the schools is also good for the library. So that's a very complementary program together.
And my 15-year-olds are in the band. So we get a
on top
lot
of
of,
all the things they do, they're bandies too. That's a marriage. They're hooked. Good for
they're
them.
hooked, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, and as a former band parent, the band also used Irwindale Speedway for a
They
fundraiser.
did?
Yes.
Okay.
So back when my girls went, so that was very good. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, who is a band grandfather. So
That's right.
Oh, that's
Anyway, thank you for applying, Carrie. You've had a way of painting a picture of your thoughts and dreams of what you could bring to the library. I sit and listen to you talk, and it reminds me of when Janet Stone gives us a report. So I don't really have any additional questions, but I do thank you for applying tonight. And so thank you.
all right.
That's a good thing.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay, yay.
any last questions or comments?
No, just I have a real passion for the library, you know, and a real like career built on literacy and the library. And I think I have a lot of practical library experience in a lot of ways that would be a good service to the community.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Nancy Nash. Nancy, come on up. Hi. And if you could share with us why you're interested in being on the Board of Trustees?
Well, I first heard about it from my friend Tomoko at book club. And she thought, we talked about what the library's been doing and is looking forward to in the future. And she thought I would be a good fit for that. I've worked in the schools I grew up in Pasadena, went to the library a lot. Library was my friends, books were my friends. And then lived in Portland, Oregon for 25 years and came back here and moved to Glendora 5 years ago. It's such a lovely community, and what I bring to a committee, I also retired early, and so I have a little more time on my hands, and I'm reaching out to do some animal advocacy and work for maybe the Good Neighbor, Good Shepherd, Shepherd's Pantry, that's what it's called. Anyway, so I have the time now, and I'm local, and I've always wanted to do that. I've been on committees, was the president of the PTA in Oregon for a 2,000 student high school for 2 years, and positions on boards. And I don't really ever want to be the president, but I like working with a group and getting down and doing the actual things that need to be done in a group to make things work. And I think that our libraries need to and have had to evolve into something that's more something for everybody, and most of our libraries have done that, with technology. And if we can get somebody, a person from every family that uses the library for something, whether it be meetings or tutoring or circle time, whatever, that brings people in to feel good about the library. And when bonds come up and things, that gets them to vote for them. So, have any questions?
Yes. Councilmember Thompson.
Pasadena. So that's where I grew up.
Is it?
So what high school did you go to?
I went to Blair.
Blair. I went to Muir.
I lived closer to
Okay.
PHS. But I
Okay.
went to
Okay. Well, at least you didn't go to PHS because,
And I was in the band.
Okay. Well, good. Good. Well, welcome home and welcome back,
you.
and good to have you here. And curious, maybe what are 2 or 3 things that you've observed from the library that we have that you would either say, yay, those are awesome things that I want to build on, or possibly that you might want to improve on?
I don't have much to answer that with.
Okay.
Because I have been working up until the last few months
Okay.
and haven't spent a ton of time there, been in, but I don't know what all they're doing. I see things presented, on social media of events that are going on, and it looks like it's really active, and that's really
is.
great.
It is.
But I
It
also
is.
understand that there's some building issues and some funding that's got to happen.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
That's
Thank
going to be
you.
a big step. We got to have people feel good and warm and fuzzy and unlock their pocketbooks to say yes to bonds.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you.
Councilmember Friedenau.
Thank you, Nancy, for your interest. And one question I have is if you could pop a new program onto the trustees and things today, you have any idea what that might be?
I also worked with middle schoolers in Oregon and here. I worked for the West Covina School District in special ed, not so much high needs, but kids that are getting left behind, some of which are on IEPs and some of which aren't, and they need a connection and a place to go where maybe they can do their homework on a computer. And I think I would really like to see study times and blocked out computer sets for people who need to use those for their schoolwork, and maybe have it geared towards more older, not more, but including older students.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
Can you explain a little bit more of what you did in Oregon in the education system there, as well as what you did at West Covina? And what
Sure.
years were you at West Covina?
2000, starting in 2018, end of 2017, and worked at Holland Crest Middle School as a special education assistant. So I was in regular ed classrooms where maybe there's 10 kids on IEPs in that room, but you have to make a relationship with the whole class so that nobody feels like they're, being set out. And I really loved it. I loved connecting with the students. And I did a lot of that, some more high needs things in Oregon. But I also spent time volunteering with Battle of the Books, which I don't know if they do that here,
Yes.
many years. I'd say 10 to 15 years. I worked volunteering with, had a group that I tutored that we would practice every week. We all read the books. It's just so important to get kids to read.
Have you looked more about what our library does on tutoring? Because we have some special tutoring programs. Have you looked into that here?
I have not, but I'd be interested to look into that.
Yeah, some of them are with other kids from other higher grades that come
Mhm.
in and they
That's
do
great.
that as well.
Mentoring is wonderful.
Thank you. Solo questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Thanks, Karen. Welcome, Nancy, and thank you for applying tonight. I'm not sure if you are aware of the amount of volunteer activity that we have in our library, but it is something that we're extremely proud of. I don't know the number of hours we have volunteers involved at this point, but I'm sure Janet can share that with us. As far as you've heard me ask the question about the time commitment, are you familiar with the time commitment and prepared to be able to commit to that? Because again, with a board like this, it takes 5 people to get the job done. So I'm just wondering if you are completely aware.
Well, I can assume, but like I said, I'm recently retired and I have a lot of free time.
Okay.
So I want to be, in fact, I'm going to look into volunteering at the library also. That sounds like great.
I'm recently retired and I seem to have no extra time whatsoever. So
Right.
I need to talk to you about how you work that out.
How did I have time to work? I don't know.
But anyway, no additional questions. Thank you. I will tell you, we're going to have a talk with Tomoko later
Yeah.
for convincing 4 extremely qualified people to force us to make a choice tonight. It's going to be extremely difficult, but I do want to remind everybody that we only have the opportunity to choose one. But if you are not familiar with the Glendora Friends Foundation, I'm looking at opportunities that we may also have with volunteering with the Glendora Friends Foundation, which supports the library in great ways, and they're always in need of good people. So I appreciate everybody's interaction tonight. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments you have for us?
I don't. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, and just to echo the Mayor Pro Tem's comments that if we could expand the library board right now to include everyone, that would be fabulous because you all bring so many talents and abilities and insight. And so to echo his comment, yes, we're going to have to talk to Ms. Trustee Tolan and say, hey, you've got some great talent out there. So my hope would be that because we only do have one position tonight that we can fill, is that the others get involved in some way and volunteer either with the Friends Foundation, the library itself, and stay connected and watch as other openings become available, because we really would love to utilize your talents, gifts, and abilities to serve the community and especially serve the library. So again, thank you for applying and for being here. And thank you for having a friend that encourages you to give back. So that is great. All right, well then that takes us to any other discussion or deliberation. Any other council members have any comments? Mr. Boyer, any comments at this time?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, well then I will call on Deputy City Clerk to conduct the voting.
Thank you so much, Mayor. At this time, I will now call for, Nominations are now in order to fill vacancies for the Board of Library Trustees. I call for a nomination to fill the vacancy from one of the candidates that was presented tonight.
This can be a balloting.
At this point, because we do have Mayor Pro Tem Boyer participating via Zoom, it will all be done orally because we don't have the availability to give him a ballot and to tally everything up. So we're going to have to do just like the way we did during COVID to do everything orally. So we can take a nomination and then we can vote. The first nomination or the first candidate that receives the majority vote of 3 would then be appointed.
So it's all Gary's fault.
Well, yes.
You hear that, Gary?
Yeah, I heard that. So I'll start out with a nomination. Let's start with Christine Brogier.
So,
We
so
can,
do you want just one?
we can-
or
So
do you want-
Councilman, if I can just briefly, so the individuals are called as they're called and everyone votes, the very first person to receive the majority, 3 or more, becomes the appointee. So if this is not your selection or your number, or however that works, if it's not your selection, then you would vote no and wait for another individual to be nominated. But if the applicant receives 3 votes, then they are the selection.
So I'll call down the row and then you either yes or no, and then we'll tally everything up. So Councilmember Alawas
On the nomination just
Yes,
put forth?
on the
No.
nomination. Okay. And Councilmember Thompson?
Man, this is so hard. I mean, really, at this point, no.
Councilmember Friedendahl
No.
and Mayor Davis.
No.
Okay. So we'll move on next to Christina Delano. If
Wait,
that's a- oh, no, sorry.
is there a motion of the council for another appointee?
I'll move Carrie Ann Johnson.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, so I will go down the row. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Okay, and by acclamation, Carrie Ann Johnson is appointed then to fill the vacancy of the Board of Library Trustees. Congratulations.
Yes, no, thank you. And again, thank you to all the applicants and please stay involved. And we will continue to look to everyone as other vacancies become available.
If I can also make a quick comment, those that have applied, your applications do stay on file for 2 years. So when there is a vacancy, you will be notified. So to gauge your interest.
And Ms. Johnson will be in contact on how to set up and do training and introductions, and Ms. Stone's right here just to say hello, and we will definitely be in contact. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. All right, with that, we will adjourn our special meeting at 5:54 PM. Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Glendora City Council. This evening, I'd like to remind those in the audience to silence their cell phones. And we'd like to welcome those who are joining us on Zoom. This evening, 4 council members are present here in the council chambers, and Mayor Pro Tem Boyer is joining us via Zoom. Tonight, I will ask the city attorney to read the closed session into the record before I open public comment. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council and those who may be joining this meeting virtually. I'd like to add just right up front that pursuant to your resolution under ABC 361, council members can continue to participate in this meeting virtually via Zoom. So that's perfectly lawful. There are 2 items on the closed session agenda today involving multiple properties. All of the discussions in closed session involve real property negotiations. The authority to meet in closed session is Government Code Section 54956.8. The real properties which will be the subject of the discussions in closed session are all printed in the closed session agendas, and there will be an effort to seek direction from the City Council regarding the price and terms of payment for these properties. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will open the public comment and invite anyone who wishes to speak on these items on the closed session agenda. Have we received anything in writing, or do we have anyone on Zoom wishing to speak this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we've received no requests via the public comment email. Nobody in the audience to give public comment, and no requests via the Zoom attendees to give public comment at this point.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close public comment and we will go into closed session at 6:02 p.m. Good evening. We are reconvening our meeting tonight after closed session at 7 p.m. And I invite the city attorney to read us out of closed session, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and ladies and gentlemen. The city council had two items on its closed session agenda, both of which involve real property negotiations. The authority to meet privately with the city council is Government Code Section 54956.8. The subject properties that were considered in closed session are printed on the closed session agenda. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 such properties whose common street address and assessor parcel numbers are also identified with specificity. City staff provided a privileged and confidential briefing on the status of those negotiations and received further negotiating authority from the council. All 5 members of the council participated. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer participated remotely via Zoom, as he is authorized to do under our monthly AB 364 resolutions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Winder. With that, it takes us to our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Tonight, our invocation will be given by Pastor Hillary Chrisley of United Methodist Church, and we are very excited tonight to welcome for our pledge of allegiance, Glendora Brownie Troop 1944. Welcome, and we look forward to having you lead us in the pledge following the invocation.
Let us pray. On this mild evening, gracious God, it is hard to believe that there are so many things to consider in the life of this community. Yet you know how each one of us and all of us deal with the ups and downs of life all day. Thank you for being here with us as our city council tends to business and plans and policies that affect us all. We thank you for this community, for our families, our neighbors, our coworkers. And you know us, Lord, how even the best of neighbors can rub each other the wrong way one minute and then be so supportive the next. Please work in and through us all so that we can become more and more the neighbors you ask us to be to one another. Call up in us and in our leaders the motivations to share the tangibles of our resources: water, food, shelter, education, safety, as well as granting us the grace behind our sharing: kindness, respect, mercy, understanding, and a love that can only come from you. In your name, we pray for those gathered for this meeting, as well as for all in our community. Amen.
I invite Troop 1944 to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
Stand back, okay? Are we ready to tell the ready? 1, 2, 3.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Chrisley, and thank you, Troop 1944.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to student reports. Tonight, we have none. Next, reordering of or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder or add to the agenda? All right, very good. Then that takes us to public comments. At this time, I will open public comment and invite anyone that wishes to speak to fill out one of the public speaker cards. Those joining us via Zoom, invite you to use the raise hand icon. And tonight I will invite our first speaker, Steve Slakey.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Glendora Historical Society. I understand that the city government, the council and staff are considering researching restoring the historic streetlights in the historic district of the city. Something I know that's been talked about for several years, and I'm happy to see that maybe there's some movement on this at last. I would suggest that there are at least 3 reasons why we should pursue this. I think there's increased interest in the city and historic preservation and the history of the city generally. Both the castle and the museum are receiving all-time attendance numbers. The Historical Society itself has over 400 members at this point. So that's certainly one thing. A second thing is that I don't think there's any question that preserving the historical ambience of the city, particularly within the historic district, affects positively property values. And thirdly, I live in an area that doesn't have streetlights, and one of my neighbors on their Ring doorbell the other night discovered somebody lurking in the neighborhood at 3 a.m. So there's a safety aspect as well. So I urge you to continue with this process and hopefully come up with a viable solution that we can get these lights lighted again. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slakey. I'd like to invite David Morse to come forward, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is David Morris. I live on Valley Center in Glendora. Been here 33 years in this city. My kids live here, my adult kids, my grandkids, my great-grandkids. We moved here 33 years ago because of the wonderful neighborhoods, the great school districts, great school district, and the downtown hometown feel that this city had. And we've loved it for 33 years. I wouldn't think of living anywhere else until probably the last maybe 6 months or so. My wife and I have really considered moving out of the city and finding another place to live. I wrote on my comment card, it's because of rentals and home landscaping. And I'm not sure if that was the right terms to use, but our problem is it's something that's happened to us over the last couple of years. We've seen a growth in it. I think it's happening throughout the city. I don't know if other comments have been made about it, but we have individuals buying homes in our city, not to live there, not to rent it to families, but to use them as basically hotels, Airbnbs. I know we have things on place in the city that stops short-term rentals, but there's nothing in the city that ordinances or anything that stop long-term rentals. As long as it's over 30 days, they can rent. My next door neighbor has, last I counted, 10, 11 people living in their home. They have a back pool house. They rent every room they have out. They've made extra rooms inside their house just to rent to people. Just recently, they added 6 feet of concrete to their driveway so that they could have more parking for the cars, because you have just so many cars that park there. Our neighbor across the street, they've converted their backyard house to I guess they call them AUDs or ADUs, whatever the term is. They're just now finishing that up. They have a smaller driveway, and so they have, again, they're renting to numerous people. They're having to park partially on the grass, which obviously is prohibited. But to fix that, they ended up pouring concrete on their whole front yard. Their whole front yard is now concrete, which gives them basically a parking lot. I don't call it a driveway because it didn't lead anywhere. It just concrete their whole front yard to make room for multiple cars to park there. We're having, it's in a neighborhood to have 10, 12 cars parking in front of a house just seems ridiculous. We can't park our RVs in the front because it's a nuisance. It looks bad, but yet we're allowing people to park multiple cars to pour concrete in the front of their house to do this. This is ongoing. It's going to continue to be a problem. And I've gone to the city, asked them for help. They basically said there's not a whole lot they can do because there's nothing in the city ordinance that stop this kind of stuff from going on. So I guess I'm bringing it to the council and the mayor to say that hopefully you guys can look at something and find something on there that you can address that with. And that's about it. The other neighbors we've written letters, we've done stuff, and I got 15 seconds. I'll make this real quick. I also want to make a shout out to your city staff. Michael Sled, I had an issue with a tree in my front yard. There was a city tree. They went above and beyond. This had been going on way before COVID to get this thing removed and get my driveway fixed. They went above and beyond to take care of me, and I appreciate them, your public works, and all that took place. So thank them. I know I saw them walk in, but thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I noticed that you left your email. If you could also leave your address,
Okay.
unless Mr. Sled already has that, but that would be helpful.
Yeah, should I write it on the card or?
Sure. Thank you. Rich Patton.
What the heck?
Did you? Hello, my name is Rich Patton. Most of you guys have seen me around town before, but probably have no idea what I do. I'm an underground utility contractor here in the state of California, and we build from San Diego to Sacramento to San Francisco, San Jose, et cetera. And I know that there's been a lot of conversation about the concerns of the can of worms of opening up the ground here in town to participate and build the historic streetlight revitalization. And I'm here to tell you that with all the proper measures that are taken by a contractor throughout the state, the measures that we can use to use technology to make and build a safe infrastructure is something that is absolutely 100% what a real contractor does to build underground infrastructure. I understand there's concern that there could be issues that may come up because of starting to dig and doing something a little bit different. The safety aspect, as was brought up earlier, is a huge deal, and there's not a lot of unsafe practice that we're out there doing when we're building infrastructure. We build in downtown Los Angeles, Inglewood, historic districts of San Diego. We use ground penetrating radar. We use line locators. We use Dig Alert USA. And we're out there with 5 directional drills every day, micro trenching and as well as conventional trenching. And we build. We laid about 1,700 feet of conduit in the ground today. And I just want to come to you to let you know that some of the concerns that you might have regarding opening up the ground are legitimate concerns, but if you have a viable contractor, those concerns can be mitigated because of what we do and how we do it. And that's something that we're all held accountable to be doing safely throughout the state of California. And I believe that the historic aspect of doing this antique project revitalization is imperative, and I think that it's something that would be awesome for our kids to see. I've been in the city for 45 years, grew up at La Fetra, Sandburg, Glendora High School, and I'm raising my family here. And I would love to see that we continue the historic aspect of what we have here in town and our city of Glendora. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anyone on Zoom that has raised their hand wishing to speak?
At this time, we have no request via Zoom, but we did receive an email that I would like to read from Erica Landman.
Okay.
And that basically states, I wanted to speak in favor of getting the antique streetlights functioning again. There had been money for the streetlights on a special fund, in a special fund. Where did that money go? The lights are the cherry on top of the quaint Glendora Historic District. Get the lights back on, Erica Landman.
Thank you. And we have a speaker card from Dennis Willett. Welcome, Mr. Willett.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yes, it's been a very long time. One of the reasons I'm here is regarding, I dropped off some documents for the City Council as well as the mayor, but apparently you never got it. There was a theft right next to the city manager's office. His secretary doesn't know where they went. She was supposed to distribute them outward. And of course, Mr. Thompson, I ran into him at Costco, never received them. It had a lot of good information. But this was about in November. And one of the issues happened to have an article on calipers. I ran into the city manager one morning and I brought up an issue about calipers borrowing money. He basically stated it wasn't true. Wall Street printed it as true. Wall Street has 24 to 48 hours to print a retraction if their articles are false. It was front page B section. Apparently the city manager had no knowledge of this, what is going on at calipers. One of the saddest aspects is now the economy is in dire straits, especially today's Wall Street as well, as I receive it daily except Sunday. City manager apparently isn't too much aware of what's going on at calipers. You have a lady there who works at calipers, a British lady. She doesn't believe in fossil fuel drilling. You like your gas prices? That's great, because she doesn't want fossil fuel drilling. And often when you meet with progressives, I brought up Tesla's car batteries. And I believe the city manager and his family have a Tesla. The nickel in that battery comes from Russia. Biden won't cut it off. He'll cut off your oil, but not the nickel in that battery. He's protecting that. Why? It's not right. It's not right. It was even bad enough over the weekend to be at a Formula One race in Miami. Michelle Obama shows up. Couldn't have been nicer. She walked into the Mercedes pit, hugging, everything was great. Was she there for 2022 election or was she there for 2024 election? Couldn't have been nicer. No husband, of course. She had an entourage of 25 to 30 people with her, top Democrats. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. But anyway, we have to know how bad things are at calipers and what are they telling us on the truth. That article you all should have gotten. Now, the secretary next to his office has copies of it. I don't know if Mr. Thompson ever got copies of it. I went through a great deal.
Willett, your
my
time has
Thank
expired.
you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. And have we received any other comments?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we received no requests via the Zoom participants to give comment at this time.
All right, thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for comments and reports. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Grant Hamilton and his parents from Troop 483 on Grant's accomplishment of achieving Eagle Scout this last Saturday. It was a nice event at the Methodist Church. And myself, the mayor and Mendel were there in that celebration. I'd also like to thank the pastors who put on and participated the National Day of Prayer outside of City Hall. Was last week. The prayers were heartfelt and extremely timely, and it was a wonderful event that we all attended. And I'd like to see more of that. It was just I can't say it enough. It was the prayers that they had and what they had to say was again heartfelt and very, very timely. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to repeat an announcement that I made the last council meeting that the Fairmount Pioneer Cemetery will indeed be conducting a Memorial Day observance on Monday, the 30th of May at 11:30 in the morning at the cemetery. I invite the entire community and families to join us. Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And I want to echo what Michael said. The National Day of Prayer, I think, was probably one of the best we've ever had. Commend pastors that were all there. The prayers were a profound word and encouraged, I think, everybody that was there. So from Karen to everybody else that was there, thank you for your time and effort. I really appreciate that. I would also encourage us all to read this wonderful guide. John Aguirre is back there, and I believe his team puts a lot of effort into this guide. It's over a 50-page booklet, a magazine of all kinds of interesting things to do around here. from young to more mature people like Gary and I. And so I would really encourage you. Was that said nicely? And Gary's not even here. He's on the screen. But I would really encourage us all to read this. This is not junk mail. This is really important stuff. Adam wrote a wonderful piece in here, gave an update on many important things that are going on. And so there's even a bingo bash that's coming up. So would really encourage us all to, take that to heart.
Hey, Mendel?
Yes, sir.
Would this be a younger John and Gary photoshopped onto the cover shot?
That could very well be. I would agree with that, David. I really do. John is here and he can certainly take the mic and defend himself if he wants. But anyway, last thing, there is a little bit of a mess on Foothill and Grand. As our goal line rep, I will just admit that. I'll call it for what it is. I can assure you that the goal line is working very hard to navigate all of the, stuff that's going on, building that's going on, so no one gets hurt. The city staff has been out there. I'm aware of that. Looked at things, restriped things, moved cones around. I'm sure, Chief has been out there with his team. We are working hard to make sure that that is smoothed out. But in the meantime, just drive safely, keep your speed down and your eyes alert and your phone off. Sergeant, did I give the right kind of appeal there for all of that? Because if you don't want to hit some of the stuff that's out there, because it will win and your car will definitely lose. Bridges are being built. Some significant work is going on. Exciting work is going on. So just be aware of, all of that. And with that, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to the screen to Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Thank you, Karen. First, I want to apologize for not being there in person tonight. Contrary to popular belief and my wife's wishes, we are not on the beaches of Hawaii. But after 2.5 years of dodging the bullet, the COVID bug finally caught up to me. So I'm doing fine, but having to avoid people right now. So that's a good reason for us to continue the option of remote meetings. Gives us an opportunity to still participate. So I appreciate staff for making this stuff work. We do want to point out that Mendel will be participating in the bingo at the community services. I'll be attending things at a much younger crowd, but we'll both be there, okay? One thing I did have an opportunity the last couple of weeks, I've had a couple opportunities to take the train into LA, and I have discovered that especially down at Union Station and in other places, they've started the conversion of using the term the L line for the train that is going to be coming to Glendora. So maybe we need to start adopting that. So by the time it gets here, we're all in the habit of using the L line. But it was interesting to see down at Union Station, all the signs said the L line, and then in small letters underneath of it, they had gold line. I did have an opportunity last week to attend a conference for SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, which is one of the organizations that is a driving force behind some of the statewide housing decisions. And I got to tell you, we had a public speaker talk about some of the issues he's dealing with neighbors. A lot of things that are happening at the state level are contrary to what we would consider quality of life here in the city of Glendora. The Department of Housing and Community Development, you've heard us all talk about arena numbers. We had a special meeting a couple weeks ago, and statewide, we're required to plan for an additional 1.3 million residential units over the next 8 years. and the director of HCD shared with us that the actual number that he believes is needed is 2.5 million units. And his belief was that he used the 1.3 million number because he knew we would never be able to reach the 2.5 million. So they're pushing even harder for more density in our local communities. Also, a lot of conversation around parking restrictions and the elimination of all parking requirements for any and all new residential housing. So this is just something we need to pay attention to. We will continue to try to do what we think is best for our community, but also understanding that there are people continuing to move to California and we need to make room for them. They have to have some place to live when they get here, but there's a good way to do things and a not so good way. And I think that conversation is still open to interpretation. At that conference, I do want to give a shout out to Stephen Mateer and his team at the Transportation Department, because there were awards passed out for outstanding achievement in sustainability. And the City of Glendora's People Movement Project that Stephen has been diligently working on and has received other accolades on it. They received an honorable mention from SCAG for that. I hate to say that they actually were beat out by the City of Riverside. So, but we'll keep working on that. And Stephen, I'm sure this is going to be a project we're all going to be extremely proud of. But that's it for me. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. And we send you get well wishes as well, that you continue to recuperate quickly. This morning, I had the opportunity to represent the city of Glendora at Southern California Edison at their Emergency Operations Center. And it was good to see that they have many contingency plans should we have an earthquake, massive fires, other interruptions to the power grid. They have made use of a lot of great technology to be able to narrow the scope of when they have to do those power shutoffs. Unlike another power company that will go unnamed to the north of us that turns off thousands of customers at one time, that Southern California Edison has really honed in on that. So it was very impressive. They have a team of meteorologists. They have fire mapping. They have all types of things to be able to determine, and they've gone above and beyond to try to improve their infrastructure as well, coding the power lines so that there are fewer interruptions. And also they have these things that they were calling a squirrel guard, but other guards to put on the equipment as well. And so they are making great strides to try to minimize the power interruptions. So I send greetings from them, and also good news that they are working to try to minimize the number of interruptions. But if you do want to know about the power in your neighborhood and if there's going to be a shutoff, you can sign into the SCE website, and they have a variety of different notifications that you can sign up for, whether you want to get notifications on your phone, via email, and at what type of notification you want to get. So if you want to know a lot of things that are going on with the power grid, or just the bare minimum, that you can sign up for those and be informed. So just invite you to do that. With that, it takes us to city manager and city attorney. Do you have anything you would like to report?
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple updates on my end. You've heard a lot about the drought and various water agencies that have issued some restrictions. We'll be back before the council 2 weeks from this evening, talking about what agencies have put forth what restrictions and the impacts in the city of Glendora, and actions from our water commission. Secondarily, big thank you to John and his staff for the playground equipment at Gladstone. The 2 different locations look great. We look forward to additional improvements at Finkbeiner in the coming months as well. As it relates to Foothill and Grand, as Councilman Thompson indicated, we're looking at additional signage. You may have seen some stenciling on the ground, which will be further back, I believe. I was speaking with Allison this afternoon We found out real quick that people couldn't access ice cream or coffee, which are two of the most important things in this community. So we will make sure there's adequate signage so that that does not occur. Quickly, as it relates to historic streetlights, that is item 10 on the agenda this evening. Included in that item, for those of you who have not had the chance, there are 65% drawings with a line item budget detail and estimated costs, and we'll be having that conversation about heading out to bid later this evening and finalizing the plans and what a lighting assessment district looks like. If you had not had the chance to review those items, it gives a historic background and I think provides some insight into what the city's looking for. And then lastly, it's good to see Mr. Willett here. I'm glad he has hypersonic travel since he was at his house on Saturday and Sunday. For those of you who don't know, he's my neighbor. So see him all the time. Sometimes he ends up in my garage yelling at me for things like that. So always a pleasure.
Mr. City Attorney, anything at this time? Okay, thank you. Then that takes us to special items. Tonight, under special items, we have a proclamation recognizing May 11th through the 17th, 2022 as National Police Week and May 15th, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. And Councilmember Friedendahl will be reading the proclamation. And tonight, to receive that proclamation, Officer Sean Ward and Officer Daniel Giglibianco, and also Sergeant Tibbetts, are you part of that as well? And I don't know if you're here as the photographer or also to receive it. And so, very good. Oh, yes. Very good. So
Here's the script.
and Captain Williams is in the back, so we can make him come up front too. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you. It's a great privilege that I get to share this proclamation. The City of Glendora, State of California, whereas every day across the country, peace officers stand watch over our citizens, selflessly risking their lives to protect families, homes, businesses, and neighborhoods against crime. And whereas law enforcement officers choose their profession and take oaths knowing that theirs is a dangerous job. They work to protect our communities and place themselves in harm's way. Some will make the ultimate sacrifice in defense of others. And whereas we remember Glendora Police Officer Louis Pompey, who made the ultimate sacrifice protecting the lives of others, we commemorate the 27th anniversary of his heroic actions and end of watch, June 9, 1995. And whereas on Peace Officers Memorial Day and throughout Police Week, we honor the memory of the fallen and recognize those who devote their lives to enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our communities a safe place to live. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Glendora, do hereby proclaim the week of May 11 through 17, 2022 as National Police Week, and salute the men and women of the Glendora Police Department for the courage, commitment, and service to the citizens of Glendora. We ask residents to join in honoring law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal commitment to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to our community. We also proclaim Sunday, May 15, 2022, as Police Officers Memorial Day to honor all law enforcement officers who through their courageous deeds have made the ultimate sacrifice and service to the community. In witness whereof, the mayor has set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Glendora to be affixed this 10th day of May, 2022. So with that, we'd like to present you your proclamation.
And if you'd like to say anything, you're invited to do so, sir.
Of course. Thank you, council and staff, for having us this evening. My name is Detective Sean Ward. I'm a detective with Glendora Police Department, as well as the Police Officers Association president. To my right and to your left, we have Officer Daniel Giglibianco, who is the vice president of the Glendora Police Officers Association. We just want to thank the council and the city for this proclamation and recognizing this important time for law enforcement officers across the country. Thank you.
And on Thursday, the 12th at 10 a.m., there will be a brief service to commemorate Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day in front of the police station. So, and on the 15th, you're invited to lower your flags to half staff as well. Right, that takes us to public hearings. Our first item tonight, annual action plan for fiscal year 2022, 2023 for the Community Development Block Grant, and Economic Development and Housing Manager Valerie Velasquez to report. Welcome, Valerie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Council. So this is the second and final public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for the upcoming fiscal year 2022, 2023. Next slide, please. So quick background, the Community Development Block Grant is administered through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The city of Glendora is an entitlement city, so we will receive funds annually so long as we go ahead and apply directly to HUD by way of an annual action plan. And in that action plan, we will identify the specific programs and activity plan for the upcoming year, as well as a budget assigned to each of those items. So the activity that we include, as a reminder, has to meet one of the 3 national objectives, that is to provide a benefit to low and moderate income individuals, eliminate slum and blight, or to provide an urgent community need. As I mentioned, 2 public hearings were required. The first was on March 22nd, when the draft annual plan was presented to council. And at that time, we opened up the minimum 30-day public review period, at which time we published the draft report on our website and had it available in City Hall for review. And tonight is the second public hearing where we'll ask for council to go ahead and approve that report. Or action plan. Next slide, please. So when we went ahead and prepared the draft plan, we went ahead and utilized an estimated figure of $300,000. HUD has not released the upcoming allocation for the fiscal year 23 yet. So we went ahead and used that amount, as well as an unspent allocation of about $581 from fiscal year 20, for a total of about $300,581. And what will happen is once we do get the actual allocation from HUD, we'll go ahead and make adjustments, and we'll get to that in a couple slides as well. Next slide, please. So the activity is broken down into 2 categories. We have administration and infrastructure project. The administration is limited to 20% of the annual allocation. That is a HUD regulation. So if we're utilizing the 300,000 estimate, that's 60,000. Fair housing would be one of the administrative items, and that is a requirement of HUD that we include that in our plan. So the Housing Rights Center went ahead and submitted an application for 15,000, and the remainder of that 20%, 45,000, would go towards general administration, which provides for staff time, our consultant, and making sure we complete all the reports that are required to keep us in compliance. And then the street improvement project is a continuation of one that received funding for this year. And we have a map, and we'll get to that in a couple slides as well. But that would be the remainder of the funds, about 80%, for $240,581. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we don't have the actual allocation yet. So what we'll be asking for council to allow is for us to go ahead and make adjustments when we get the actual number from HUD. And what we would do is just go ahead and adjust so that administration would be 20% and the street project would get the remaining 80%, plus that 581 carryover from prior years. So we would break it down. The administration for fair housing would stay at 15,000 because that's a flat fee that they requested. And the remainder of the 20% would go to just general administration. Next slide, please. Just wanted to give council a map just to remind you of where the low to moderate income census tracts are in the city. CDBG is still using the American Community Survey from 2015. So those are the shaded areas you see here. Next slide. And this is the street improvement project. It is within those census tracts that were just highlighted. Next slide. So there's several steps before we get to this point. We need to make sure that we publish in the newspaper for the first public hearing. We did that on March 10th. The first public hearing opening the 30-day public review period was on March 22nd. Again, we've had that opened from March 22nd through today for greater than the 30-day period. We have not received any public comments as of now. And this is the second public hearing. And so we'll be asking council to allow for the adjustments once we get the annual allocation and then submit to HUD. Next slide, please. So the recommendation for tonight is for City Council to go ahead and open and conduct the public hearing, approve the CDBG Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2022-2023, authorize staff to make the adjustment once we get the annual allocation, and then to authorize to submit the application to HUD for our CDBG. And with that, I'll return it to council.
Thank you. With that, before I bring it back to council, I will open the public hearing and invite anyone wishing to speak on this item to do so at this time. Do we have anyone on Zoom that has indicated they wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. We received no request to give testimony at this time from participants on Zoom and no comments that were submitted via the public comment email.
Okay, and seeing no public comment cards, then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And staff has done a great job, as they always do, to explain this. I have nothing to ask, and I support all of the salient points there at the end. So whenever we want to move this, I'm ready to vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation as usual, Valerie. The question I have is moving forward. This is the end of the 5-year consolidated plan. When will you start the next 5 years? And how do you even start when you don't even know how much money you're going to get?
Well, I guess that's two questions. So for right now, the 5-year plan, what we're going to be doing is identifying the priorities. So not necessarily the funding allocation for each activity, but it'll be a public outreach to make sure we get outreach from the public, and we'll utilize our consultant that we've been using to guide us through that process.
For the next 5 years?
For the next 5 years, correct.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Valerie. I have no more questions. We addressed them in the first hearing, so I was comfortable then. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then I will entertain a motion.
I move staff recommendations 1 through 3.
Second.
Thank you. I believe you can use your voting on base. It's not available, then that is a motion by Councilmember Alawas and a second by Councilmember Thompson.
Yeah, it keeps kicking back.
That's okay. A second by Councilmember Thompson. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Valerie. All right, and I know you're coming up for the next one, so
Just wanna
that's
stay
good.
here.
So yes, number 5, public meeting to receive testimony regarding a proposal to levy and collect assessments for the fiscal year 2022-2023 for the Glendora Village Business Improvement District. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so this is now the first of 2 public hearings for the renewal of the assessments in the Business Improvement District. The first official item took place on March 22nd when the BID provided an annual report to City Council. The annual report includes information on boundaries, the assessment methodology, activity plan, and a budget. So that was approved, and City Council went ahead and adopted the resolution of intent to levy and collect. That resolution was then published in the Examiner, as well as notification of the 2 public hearings tonight and the second, which will be on May 24th. The information was also mailed to all of the affected BID businesses so that they would be aware of the renewal process. So tonight, there's no action required of City Council other than to open the public meeting to allow for testimony from any members of the public or affected BID businesses on any item within the annual report. And then we'll return on May 24th, where once again, Any member of the public or affected BID businesses can provide testimony. And at that time, if there are any protest votes, those will be tabulated. And in the absence of 50% of a weighted protest vote, then council can go ahead and approve a resolution to collect assessments in the upcoming fiscal year. So I'll return it to council to open that public meeting.
Thank you. With that, I will open the public hearing and invite any of the public that wish to speak on this item to do so. Have we received any speaker cards, or do we have anyone on Zoom that would like to speak? If so, please use the raise hand icon.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we received no public comment emails related to this item or requests via Zoom participants to give comment or to give testimony. Apologize.
Okay. Seeing no public testimony, I will close the public hearing and then come back to council. Do you need us to make a motion to receive no testimony?
I don't believe so. I think we're good.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, then that moves us on to the consent calendar. Items 6 through 9, the consent calendar can be approved with one motion unless anyone wishes to pull any of those items. Is there anyone wishing to pull any items off the consent calendar?
No, Madam Mayor, I move to consent items 6 through 9.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas and a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I will open up the vote and do a roll call vote at this time. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that moves us on to member agenda items. Item 10, Antique Streetlight Project Update. And I will invite Public Works Director Allison Sweet and Michael Sletto. All right, go ahead.
I'd like to start off by saying that I did not pay Mr. David Morse to come here and say nice things tonight. This is a surprise to me as well.
Well, thank you for that great customer service.
So good evening, Mayor and Councilor, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight on several items, as this will be the first of 3 presentations I'll be giving, with the other 2 near the end of the meeting. This first one will be an update on the Antique Streetlight Project. Next slide, please. So to briefly summarize, this project would replace over 100 antique streetlights located around downtown Glendora area. Existing poles were installed in the early 20th century and are made variously of copper and steel. And as shown here, we have 2 different globe styles depending on the location, with some being round and the other being acorn shaped. The fixtures operated on high voltage with no equipment grounding, and the underground conduit, where present, became corroded and the wiring fused together. Because of this deterioration, the system became increasingly expensive and unsafe to maintain and was shut down by the city in 2004. Next slide, please. Since that time, there have been ongoing discussions around restoring the system, including conducting balloting processes in hopes of establishing an antique streetlight assessment district to help offset the costs of necessary repairs and maintenance. The most recent ballot process was conducted in 2008, and at that time, the total estimated cost for repairs based upon bids the city had received was approximately $1 million, with $300,000 estimated for pole replacement to be paid by the assessment in $10,000 installments over 30 years, in addition to the other ongoing costs. The remaining $700,000 of repair costs were proposed to be absorbed by the capital improvement funds. While it came closer to succeeding than the previous attempt in 2007, it still failed to garner enough support to pass. Next slide, please. While this ballot measure didn't pass, interest remained in restoring the system and discussions continued. In January 2020, City Council voted to approve sending a letter to Senator Portantino's office requesting an appropriation in the state budget of $1.5 million for restoring the antique streetlights in Glendora. Then the adopted FY 21 through 23 budget included in the capital improvement program funding for the project, which was the first time from what I could find that it was officially added to the CIP, even though the discussions have been ongoing. It included $50,000 program to begin design in FY 22-23. Approximately a week after the city budget was approved, Senator Portantino's office announced that the $1.5 million budget request from the state had been approved. Given this opportunity, staff identified funds that could be rescheduled between this and other projects in the CIP and procured a proposal to provide 65% plans, including estimated final costs for implementation. The numbers are shown here. I believe you all have copies of the plans. Next slide, please. While the project is in the city CIP, only $50,000 of the city funding is approved or programmed through the end of FY 22-23, with the remaining out years technically being unfunded at this time. With the total anticipated project implementation cost of almost 2.7 million, even with the 1.5 million in state funds, there will be a funding gap to be filled. There are various ways this could be addressed depending on city council direction. Next slide, please. Outlined here are a few potential options that have come up for consideration as part of the discussion. Accounting for the state budget allocation of $1.5 million, the city could make up the gap in capital costs as well as incur all ongoing maintenance and operational costs. 2, accounting for the state budget allocation, the city could make up the gap in capital costs and conduct a balloting proceeding for an assessment on all benefiting properties where the antique streetlights are located to account for all ongoing maintenance and operational costs. Accounting for the state budget allocation, the city could lend funding to make up the gap in capital costs and conduct a balloting proceeding for an assessment on all benefiting properties where the antique streetlights are located to repay the city's capital loan and all ongoing maintenance and operational costs. And 4, the city could remove all antique streetlights. Next slide, please. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. All right, I will bring it back to the council. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. And I read through this thoroughly. Obviously, I have a vested interest in this since I wouldn't ask the senator for the funds. We've never, just to be clear, we've never had an assessment district before for these lights.
So there likely was an assessment district prior to their shutdown in the early 2000s. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe there was a citywide district at that point.
Citywide that took care of all the lights.
Including those, there may have been a second assessment district, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But there was likely one at one juncture in time.
Okay. Do we have an accounting for the over 100 lights that are no longer there?
So what we've seen from historical perspective is that that doesn't include the ones that would have been originally in the village in Glendora Avenue. And historically, Minnehaha or Foothill Boulevard would have had lights as well. No historical record as to where those lights were at that we can tell. However, they were implemented in 2 phases. I think it was 1911 and 1914 that they were. So 200 and some odd lights. The Glendora Gleaner, I believe at the time, posted an article about the bronze finish of those street lights, and I think 206 or 214 lights. So the ones on Foothill and the ones in the village would have been missing from this original outline.
So typically with city property like that, does it get disposed of? Can it be sold off, or how does that work?
I don't even know if we have a record when those lights would have been taken out.
But can it be sold? Could they have been sold off, or did they have to be scrapped by ordinance?
City oftentimes will have a policy as it relates to city assets. Can't necessarily give away something of value, but there would be a disposition process for that.
So further down on this, you have a 30% contingency. It's almost $600,000.
Correct.
What are you concerned with on that? That's a huge contingency. And as we heard from the gentleman earlier that does the undergrounding, they have pretty good technology these days.
It's based on only having 65% plans. The amount of the contingency would likely decrease depending on what the 100% plans resulted in. So because we only have 65% plans, we only know so much. So there's 35% more things that they would have to identify in those plans before we could do it. And in the event that the plans at 100% came in lower, then the contingency would go down.
So the cost to
And I would just add to that these plans have not been reviewed by Edison, right? So Edison could come back with significant changes. There could be abandoned utilities underground that we think are abandoned or not. And so in the field, as we learned from Lorraine, for example, where we thought water lines were abandoned and they were indeed were not, and then we have a geyser. So we're talking about infrastructure that's more than 100 years old. The plan would be to abandon the current lines in place, which could limit where the new wiring may or may not be able to go. And if you have to dig into the street or do some significant changes, which is why the proposed plans call for both potholing, other forms of investigation, and then in-ground boring. So because there are several miles, I believe, of total length, you could come under unforeseen circumstances.
And $140,000 in here for construction management, that would be hired outside and not inside.
Correct.
And you would not use the general contractor to manage that for you as part of the bid package.
You want someone on the city side.
Okay. I had a nice conversation with Edison, and they gave me some numbers basically for the usage of the electricity. And they're guesstimating about $3.62 per light, assuming that we're going to have brand new service, brand new lines in there. And if you do the math on there, it's $383.72 per month times 12. It's about $4,600 per year. And if you round that out to about 300 residents or so, roughly, because I think it was like 279 was in historically, rounded up to that, it's about $15.35 per year per household. And then if you wanted to go a little higher with 400 residents, $11.51.
Correct.
So the issue is going to be.
And Councilman, I think it's important to note that is only for electrical service and not depreciation of the assets.
Correct.
So when Edison sets up a lighting and assessment district, they also depreciate the use of the streetlights themselves. And so that would be an additional cost that would come through an engineering assessment should council want to fund that.
Right. I'm just trying to point out historically from the old service before, which used a different type of light bulb, different energy.
Absolutely.
Completely apples and oranges. And so these light bulbs are 25,000 hour light bulbs that are out there, which is something around 15 years or so. I kind of want to put this in perspective since we're talking about this as being historic. Once upon a time, we had a vote up here about fixing and restoring the Bougainvillea. And we had a lengthy conversation on that and thought it was an asset to the city. And we ended up paying to get that done out of our pocket. We didn't have a special assessment on that. I kind of wanted to put that in perspective. So tonight, there's an awful lot there that you're asking for as a possible go forward plan. But we talked earlier about $55,000 roughly to complete the plans to 100%.
So
See that in the ask.
it is not. So pursuant to city council direction and the conversation I had with yourself and Mayor Pro Tem Boyer was if you wanted to move forward, what the total cost would be. So staff's role here is, as pursuant to our strategic plan and what's in the budget, was to provide an overview and sort of a baseline understanding of the current state of the historic streetlights and what it would take to repair them. And so the city council has several options before them, one of which would be to move forward with a bid, which would require us to get to 100% plans and plans that were signed off by Edison. So when we go out to bid, a contractor knows exactly where those new service points have to be. The total net additional funding that would be needed in addition to the budget would be an additional $55,000, which would cover engineering estimated Edison costs, hiring an engineer to form the lighting assessment district, in addition to the 100% plan. So it would be an additional $55,000 this and next fiscal year, not individually, but in total above and beyond what's already appropriated by the city council.
And the 55,000, how long would it take to complete that portion of it?
So we'd be looking somewhere around the end of 2022, probably to come back. But that would be with bidding and coming back with estimated costs for further council direction.
And that might be in parallel process with going out to the public of their appetite for this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for this moment.
Councilmember Friedel.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions. You referenced high power voltage of the existing lines. What's that power?
I think it's
3.5
240,
services.
yeah. I mean, it's not connected anymore as far as I know. but
No,
yeah.
I understand.
I think the issue is some of the wires are actually fused together.
Yeah, no, I get the condition is
Oh.
junk, but what are they, is it 440 or 240?
240, I
or-
believe.
Yeah, straight from the source.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
And some of the conduits, or some of it was in conduit, some of it they believe is just
Oh,
direct.
yeah, no, I can
buried.
only guess 100 years ago, you just look at an old house and you see the cotton woven wire and wonder why. So, okay, I can just imagine. And in the new plan, you shared that there were two styles of globes presently out there. are we looking to retain those or make it consistent that they would all under restored be the same, or?
I think it's up for discussion. I mean, they're not going to technically be antique streetlights anymore once we replace them, right? They'll just be antique style streetlights. So
Right.
we could do either or. We discussed either replacing one for all, whether it's the acorn or the globe, or just keeping the pattern that exists right now. The costs between the two is relatively
Yeah.
minimal
okay,
compared to the overall cost.
I
of the
kind of
project.
like the acorn. It's a little more interesting, but again, the last question I have. If we enjoy Senator Portantino's grant money and we have some monies and without touching that to do some of the plan figures and things, we still have a gap of, I'll just say $1.5 million figuring the contingencies. Do we feel confident that we might have a source or be able to find some sources to fund that other portion, the unfunded portion, without going into our piggy bank?
So I'll take that question. So part of the reason why in previous conversations and as Councilman Alois has indicated, sort of a passion project for him for quite a few years, we've talked about the need to actually go out to bid, which is what the city did last time when they came back to council to actually understand what that gap is. So whether the city council and part of the direction we're looking for this evening that were included in the options that were talked about is the city can look internally for funding sources, which would generally be general fund money from the capital project. There could be a fundraising effort in conjunction with the Historic Society, for example. There could be an ask for additional funds from the state for another item. All of those have longer timelines, but because we're looking at a 6-7 month process to finalize plans, walk through Edison, draw the boundaries of an assessment district and head out to bid. Our hope is that that number shrinks from its current 1.15, 1.2 to less. There is an off chance it could increase. And so based on the direction from council tonight, we will move forward and look for funding opportunities in a variety of matters, or we could look at options and polling the public to see if there's a portion of that could be financed, say at a 30-year increment as well.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and I'll try to be brief. My ask would be to garner a support tonight to spend $55,000 to complete the plans. I think it's very important that we have complete plans to A, bid on, B, to know if there is a gap and what that gap is, and C, knowing what that gap is, then what Adam just said and tied to the question that David just asked, then where can we go to fill that gap? And I think it would be prudent to get complete plans. I mean, you just look at things that government does every day, from a bullet train, which is an extreme gap, to Lorraine, where we did not expect to find what we did buried under that street. So that would be my first ask. My second ask would be to engage a company such as North Star, who is a polling company, to go out and assess the appetite for the district that this would be in, if there is an appetite for these lights to be fixed and turned on. And then knowing what the cost is, because now we have a full set of plans, then we could say to Mr. and Mrs. Jones, your additional cost would be X. And I think that would be fair in light of the fact that twice this has been turned down. I'm supportive of pursuing this, but I do think that there's a incremental step that needs to be done. And so those would be my two asks to garner support, to complete the plans and then to do a public poll within the area by a reputable polling firm, such as North Star. That's the only polling firm I know, so I would leave that option up to staff. But I don't think that the city should do it. I don't think that a group related to what the city's doing should do it, because I think that people need to see that it's a arm's length assessment, but have it done right. And so those would be my two asks. Otherwise, I'm supportive of then taking, further time to talk about options that are embedded within your four steps or options.
If I may, Councilman, just really quickly, sort of a potential polling option, staff would recommend that goes through the engineering firm that would set up a lighting assessment district similar to the landscape assessment district that went on and the polling that we presented to the city council for the various options that failed previously. And the reason why that is the case is this vote isn't just the people that live in those homes, it is the actual owners that vote. And because of that, you look at the parcel data and the owner's information, and that is how those notices are emailed are mailed out to them. So we would look at including if council provided direction, and I believe the direction that Councilman Allos was referring to was a supplemental appropriation from the capital fund of an additional $55,000. And that would allow us to get through final plan completion through Edison, heading out to bid and engage an engineering firm to do the assessment district. If it's the will of the council, that engineering firm could also perform polling similar to what we did in the landscape assessment districts.
Yeah, you said that well. So that would be something that I could support. And I think I don't want to speak for Michael, but I think that we're in alignment, especially on getting the 55 grand to get those plans done. But you can speak for yourself.
No, I am. And so when the landscaping folks, or the engineering, they can provide the data for the homes that are affected, but you can also flip that and have someone like North Star or whatever do the actual polling, correct?
We would do the engineering firm. You simply send out whatever those questions are. If the nature of the questions are of concern for the council, be happy to have Allison and Michael come back and present optional questions that you'd like them to poll on, but essentially it would be a mailer. There is a fair bit.
Or does an excellent job.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay North Star because they're gauging public interest on a variety of topics and asking a bunch of different questions. However, if that's what the council wants to do, that's much more targeted. North Star, the reason it polling the way they do that, it's a random sample of our population. So a little bit different. I agree. True North is who we use. They are phenomenal at what they do. We're currently engaging them for an update of the community survey. They've done our homelessness survey. They do an absolute wonderful job. We're just trying to be budget conscious, and we think through the engineering firm, we can come up with a pretty good list of questions and be happy to come back with what those questions are to the council if that is the direction that we end up with this
Yeah,
evening.
and I wanted to call on Mayor Pro Tem Boyer too, before you get any farther down the road on an action item. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Karen. Adam, a couple questions. Do we, as we move forward with the plans, would we have options at the end of this as far as the final product that we're looking for? Let's face it, we could have street lights. Right now, the street lights work in such a way that, somebody needs to turn them on, or there's a manual timer somewhere. As we know, the Easter Miracle a couple years ago when they came on, and you could have anything from some basic lights that come on to, electronic digital lights that will dance to Christmas music during the holidays. Do you think we'll possibly have some options as to the cost of different types of products, or are we just looking at one particular product, or is that a decision to be made later?
So two-part answer to that, and I'm sure Michael can fill us in on some of the details. As we were discussing the overall budget and taking a look at the long-term nature of this product or project, the estimated budget that's included before is, pole replacement, it's painting of the lights. These are lights that will look brand new. Included, though, are the LED lights that definitely have the option to change colors. I think the total option there for the 106 street lights was like, do you remember, Michael, it was like $40,000 for the high end, or was it lower than that?
It wasn't a lot within the grand scheme.
So not even $40,000 then. But one of the things that we wanted to avoid was the manual turn on, to be able to actually turn them on remotely, since we have to maintain them. But all of that said, within any bid, the city can definitely lay out the various approaches and get different costs, and city council can definitely make that direction or make that decision. So we can definitely try to go the least expensive route possible. I think as we look at staff time needed and coming and going, having the ability to do it remotely would be beneficial for all of us. Michael, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, when we spoke with the engineer who did these 65% designs, the request was for the design to include control here. I mean, there would be an automated, they would turn on their own as well, obviously when it's based on a sensor, but to have the ability to control here and adjust the colors and stuff remotely. So.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I just think it's important for us to at least make sure we have various options as we come out of this. If we're talking about a relatively small amount of money, it's not going to make that much of a difference. But if there are ways that we could, let's face it, if the lights were safe, they would be working today and they wouldn't have all the bells and whistles that we may be able to put into a new system. So I think it's important that we look at that, as we move forward with this, and that may or may not make a difference in the overall final cost. On the other side, I've got to tell you, I can say right now that if the residents in those neighborhoods do not have the appetite to create a lighting district, as much as I love those historic streetlights and want to see them turn back on, I don't think I could support moving forward with the city picking up the entire cost of this, including electricity and maintenance moving forward. So I think it's important that we really understand exactly what the residents feel that are in that area. And I think doing a survey like what you're talking about is not the best way to identify that true feeling. I would like to see us put together something, similar to our ad hoc committee that we have used before in order to engage. We're only talking about a couple of hundred homes that are going to be affected by these streetlights. And if we had the ability to create a citizen committee engaging people that are passionate about the lights and people that live in those neighborhoods, to have the ability to have small meetings and talk to each other about the importance of the lights, the importance of the history of them, I think we're bound to get a better feel for what the residents are willing to do. As we've seen in surveys, when you send these things out, the percentage of responses that we get are not the greatest. And I have to say, we have tried this twice before, and it was not successful. And I believe a lot of that is because of the way that it was perceived by the residents. The average resident of any community, when they see the government coming in and asking questions, get suspicious and get their defenses up immediately. Where I think we need that resident effort in order to try to get a true feel as to what people really believe and really would like to do moving forward. We may talk about the accuracy of it because people would be biased. But the point is, whether the people that worked on a committee like this were biased or not, they want the street lights lit. And so if we don't get that support, they're probably not going to get lit. So the survey is important to us, but it's really important for us to know or for the residents to know that this is going to be a community effort and we need everybody's support in it. So my recommendation would be to do this locally with a citizen committee as opposed to doing it with a professional survey or a professional questionnaire in any way, shape, or form. So I'd like to know what my colleagues think of that idea.
Having lived through 2007 and 2008, there was quite a bit of public feedback, both from those in the district and outside of the district, when the conversation came up that the whole city should pay for the lights because they're antique and historic. There were people that came to the council meeting and said, no, why should I pay for something that I don't benefit from? So there was a lot of personal feeling. I think your idea is helpful in having some participation from people. But I would also want to be careful, because if you came to my door and said, hey, will you vote for this? Because this is so great and I want these historic lights turned on. I'd say, oh, sure, Gary, I'll vote for that. But then when I fill out my ballot, I'm going to write no, because I don't want that extra money going out every month. So I think we have to find that fine balance between the personal touch and knowing, bottom line, what people are willing to pay. So I think that's going to be important to find that out. And I see that my colleague to my left just turned his microphone on. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Raymond, what I want to try to do is make a motion, but I want to give you the opportunity to say whatever you want to say.
I just wanted to add just one piece of clarification, because we like to make complicated rules. So lighting and assessment district or any landscape district is actually a weighted average of voting returned. And I think it's really important to note that it is landowners, not necessarily the individuals that are in the homes that get to vote. So we don't mail it out to a resident. It's mailed out, the actual ballots, to the registered owner. And so very large landowners, they own several homes, their votes carry more weight. It is a weighted average approach. So it's not by number, it's by weighted average. And so therein lies some of the intricacies in that. And without a doubt, I think public involvement will absolutely be necessary here. We're talking about 300 votes last time, which included 8 undeveloped parcels. I'm pretty sure some of those are developed now. And so we could have more. So I think it's a bifurcated approach, and look forward to the council conversation. Staff's willing to help out however we can. So just trying to add some perspective to how the actual vote would actually happen.
No, and that's a very good point. And that's where, Gary, that public outreach is very important to some of those landowners, because I know one particular landowner who owns several rental properties who is very against paying anything extra. And so she voted no, and a few other people such as that. And so those votes weighted more than people who wanted it. So yeah, those would be the people you'd want to reach out to. Definitely.
Which is all the more reason that I think it's important that we have community involvement so conversations can be had with those people. I own a rental property in the district, and I would completely be in favor of doing this because it would increase the value of my property. But when people look at just the bottom line, without a conversation, without an explanation, I think they would be more apt to it. But we're talking about just a survey to get some feedback. The actual vote is what would determine whether or not the historical streetlights go forward. So all we're talking about right now is a survey to get a feel for where we're at. And so if even using a resident committee, if that field came back that we weren't going to get that support, we know where we are. Then we as a board would have to make a decision as to whether we're going to pick up the entire cost or not. And again, I can tell you right now that I would not support picking up 100% of the cost of the maintenance and electricity for forever on the streetlights. So that was just my thought on it. I think it's important for this information to be extremely accurate before we move forward, after we get the final plans done.
Thank you. And Mr. Thompson's got ants in his pants to move this motion forward. So Mr. Thompson, go.
No, I just want to,
Before you jump in, I want to
Sure,
add something.
no, good.
So originally when we did this way back, Karen, when you were doing this, they were going to dig up the streets. And this time we're going to hopefully do the underground boring, which is a different cost proposal altogether. It's quite a bit different. Secondly is that based on what you had mentioned, somewhere between the September and October timeframe is when all this would be done, correct? Not the end
No,
of the year?
November, December.
How long would it take to finish the drawings?
Well, finishing the drawings, then you have to go out to bid to get updated costs. And we need to go through Edison. So a typical process would be, and we've been in contact with Edison, preparing them, letting them know through John King, oppressing all those areas for his group. So we have to get finalized plans from 65% to 100%. Those plans would have to be submitted to Edison for review. We already know on the draft plans, one of the locations is not valid, so we have to find a connection. And I would just add, staff's done a really good job trying to reduce the overall cost by looking about every way to make this feasible, from 7 connections to 3 connections, for example. So that process would then go through Edison. If there's corrections, it goes back to the plans get changed, resubmitted to Edison. As all that occurs and we have a final set of plans, then I would recommend staff go out to bid to get updated cost proposals. The updated cost proposals at that time will give us a much better idea what a necessary contingency would be, what the actual costs are at that time. Maybe there is a technology in addition to potholing that creates a far better cost package for us. The line item budgets in there gives you estimated costs from the engineers for every aspect of the project, from pole replacement to the new heads of the poles. I would say, there's just as much cost in the actual posts themselves as there are in some of the boring. We get updated timeline. As we've heard tonight, we could look at different package costs and options to give the council a better flavor for what that gap is, what that funding gap is. And then we would come back for that discussion. In the meantime, it sounds like obviously there's the appetite to go out to the public and begin that outreach process. And so those two things could definitely happen concurrently while the assessment district was being set up, the boundaries, the APN numbers and everything like that.
You look in 6 months?
6-7 months, yeah.
Okay, and the funding from the state of California is good until the end of 2023? Use it or lose it?
That is what we're getting the nod from. And I think for the public, it's important to note that Portantino's, if you haven't read the staff report, the earmark went to Caltrans. And so Moises Lopez is running around with Caltrans and Portantino staff trying to locate how we access that funding.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Madam Mayor, I would want to propose a motion. It's A, B, and C. Part A would be to authorize staff to take not more than $55,000 to complete the approved plans for the historic street light and be able to submit those to the appropriate, SCE and, agencies. B, to authorize staff to engage a polling company to begin to put together a poll to go directly to the proposed district. And C, to authorize a ad hoc group of not more than 11 people who live or own property within the proposed area to begin a dialogue as to the feasibility of the support of such a plan.
I'll second that.
If I can get just one piece of clarity, I believe the intention was a supplemental appropriation of 55,000 from the capital, from Fund 321, which I'm looking at is the capital fund. Is that correct? Fund 321? Yes.
Either that fund or Portantino's fund.
So we would request that we access that last, and if anything, we can reimburse ourselves with that funding after the fact. And if I could just ask for clarity on bullet point B, would the poll be incorporated into an engineering firm contract that's setting up the draft assessment district?
My personal and this is not a hill I want to die on, but my personal thought would be to use the idea that I thought I heard you say true north or north true or something, not North Star, because they do like a random. But,
Yeah, so
but
staff would not recommend that approach. Staff would recommend through the engineering firm only because we're using parcel data to send mailers out to the homeowners.
Okay.
That
well,
said, staff would be happy to come back in a different process to engage potentially someone else to assist the ad hoc committee with that messaging. We could also do that approach.
It'll be fine too. I do like what Gary said, that I think that people who live and own that area should have a actual voice and not just a paper voice. But I think a combination of both is well worth the $100 grand, say, that we might spend when we're going to spend $2.5 million or thereabouts for the entire thing. And that's not a lot of money when you benchmark it. So I think, for once and for all, let's settle this and either vote up or down and have everybody that's a stakeholder to be able to express their thoughts. So that's my thought. And if the second wants to argue with that, then
Not at all.
that's perfectly fine. It wouldn't be the first time that he and I have argued.
Supports it.
So your motion would be as you made it and as amended by the city manager's recommendations?
Correct.
Okay, that's a motion then to authorize supplemental appropriation of 55,000 from Fund 321 to complete plans. Authorize staff to engage engineering firm to assess and conduct polling to gauge resident and owner support for the effort. Authorize ad hoc group of no more than 11 people to begin feasibility dialogue.
And I would, I don't know if the second would agree to this, but my thought on point C would be either council and staff collaborate to appoint those people. I think it would be healthy for the council to have some sort of input, but I also think staff knows who the property owners are. I don't know that, and I don't need to know that. So
Staff would be more than happy to come back by June or July with a process and application for council direction on the application for that group.
And a point of clarification, council cannot be involved in an ad hoc committee, can they?
They are involved in the appointments on that ad hoc committee to
But
help
not in the ad
staff.
hoc committee itself.
Correct.
shouldn't be.
Right. Okay, I'm fine.
It is subject to council direction, but if one or more members of the council are a member of that ad hoc committee, that it becomes a standing committee subject to the Brown Act. If you don't care about that, then fine. If it's truly all citizens and simply appointed by the council, it has a limited duration and a specific assignment. It would be a true ad hoc committee, not subject to the open meeting laws.
So as a point of clarification, when would we appoint these individuals?
We could definitely come back to council sooner than later with the process and get council's blessing and then fly that or work with whoever to get applications quickly. Time is of the essence here for sure.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm going to open that up. I believe it was a motion by Councilmember Thompson. Correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And a second by
I was
Councilmember.
listening to make sure that I shouldn't.
A second
have to
by
respond to
Councilmember
something.
Allen.
Like pushing buttons.
I'm
Well,
gonna-
yes, I do.
I'm going to go ahead and open up that vote. If you would vote, please. I'm going to do an oral vote.
So
Council- yes.
just 1 minute. The city manager and I were talking. So Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, you've indicated that you own property within the district, within the potential district. I'd have a concern about you voting on this item. And my recommendation to you at this point would be to abstain from this vote, but that's your call.
Okay, I have no problem doing that.
Thank you. That will be noted in the minutes. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer will abstain. Thank you. And then Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that should indicate that Mayor Pro Tem Boyer did not participate in the decision.
Correct. He is abstained from the vote.
No, he did not participate in the
Sorry, he did
decision.
not participate in the vote. That passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much. All right.
That will be noted in the minutes. Thank you.
All right, it takes us to unfinished business. Item 11, approve change order number 6 for St. Vladimir Street, Cossacks Place, and Lawford Street water and street improvements for installation of sidewalks between Lawford Street to South Valley Center Avenue on south side of St. Vladimir. Plan number 1328 in the amount of $364,650. And Public Works Director Allison Sweet, welcome.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So currently, this project is under construction, and I won't repeat the name, it's kind of long, but we're here tonight just letting, like I said, it's under construction. All the water lines have been installed, and they're working on tying in the new water line now to the existing water system. So that is almost finished. Next slide, please. So on May 7th in 2021, the city, we held a Zoom informational meeting regarding improvements that the Foothill Gold Line, or the L line, was going to impact the residents in this area. And so we outlined basically what these impacts were, and part of the city had access on Lorraine Avenue originally to our street yard, and now the access is on St. Vladimir. So there would be some additional traffic in that area. So we had this informational meeting, and we wanted to let them know that we're going to do some improvements to help mitigate some of that. And one of them is to resurface the street. We're going to use rubberized asphalt, which is a little bit quieter. And during that meeting, one of the residents requested that we look at a sidewalk being built. And so our engineering staff went back and looked and to determine what the best location for the sidewalk, and they determined that the south side of St. Vladimir was the location, and it actually, there's sidewalk to the east and sidewalk to the west. So they talked to all the residents, and there was concern about losing some of their front yard, but we put the sidewalk right up against the curb and then have 88 access around the different driveways. And so we were able to accomplish that. And so this shows the location of the sidewalk. And then we did hire JMDS to conduct the topographic survey and design the sidewalk. Next slide, please. And so on this sidewalk, we are adding ADA access ramps. And then I'm basically constructing 12 driveways, and then we'll repair any landscape or irrigation that has been damaged due to the construction. Next slide, please. And this is just a picture showing the existing street, and you note that there's no sidewalks on either side, and the sidewalk will go on the south side. Next slide. There is an error in that first statement. It says contract change order number 7, but it is number 6, and these are the costs. And it does say probable, but we have already prepared the change order, and these are the actual cost is the $364,650. And then the $36,000 is a potential for contingency. We don't know if we need to use that or not. And so the budget appropriation would be $401,000. And then our contractor, who's already under contract, is Dominguez Engineering of Pomona. And they expect the work to be completed in August of this summer. And also just to let you know that part of this funding, approximately, we think about $300,000 will come from the Foothill Gold Line. They are purchasing some easements. They will be utilizing our street yard to have access to some equipment from the old access. And so we're waiting for their appraisals to see what that is, but we think that it's around $300,000. Next slide, please. And so we're asking council to ratify authorize the change order and then authorize the director of administrative services for any supplemental appropriation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Allison. Very good. The only question I have is the completion of the sidewalk timeline in line with the water and street projects, so it'll all be done in similar time frame?
Right. Our timing is actually really, really good. We have not started the work on the sidewalk yet. They are finishing up the disinfection of all the underground work. And once they get that okay, they will then start working on the sidewalk, start removing people's driveways and things like that, so that they do all the concrete work first and then they do the pavement. And so that was kind of the urgency of getting this sidewalk done. So that we make sure that we don't ruin any new pavement.
Well timed. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Allison. Great report. I don't have anything to add.
Councilmember Thompson.
And nothing else to add, and I support this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then I will entertain a
I
motion.
move to approve change order number 6.
I'll
There's-
second that.
Okay.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second, I believe, from Councilmember Friedendahl. If we can vote on the on base. Thank you. I'm going to open that up for a vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. And that passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, that takes us on to item 12, approve amendment number 1 to the contract services agreement with JM Diaz Inc. for staff augmentation for Public Works Department Engineering Division. Welcome once
All
again.
right, thank you. Glad to be here again. Tonight, we are asking the City Council to approve the amendment number 1 to the contract services agreement with the JMDS for the staff augmentation in our engineering division. Next slide, please. So beginning in April of 2019, the Public Works had several key vacancies, positions that were vacant, and we entered into a staff augmentation contract, which allowed these key Public Works services to continue. During this time, we had up to 5 vacancies, including 2 assistant directors and 3 engineers. JMD provided experienced personnel to fill in as the city engineer and the design engineers, project and construction management, and also inspection services. Next slide, please. For the background, the city entered into this agreement back in July of 2019 with the original duration for 2 years in the amount of $305,000. This amendment is needed to ratify the contract duration and amount. The amendment corrects the terms and compensation for the agreement. Next slide, please. And examples of services provided under this contract were Lorraine Avenue Water and Street Improvement Project, design and inspection services for various street improvement projects, assistance with the NPDS and MS4 permit, and also development projects such as the Cube Smart Storage and some recent subdivisions on Arrow Highway and other subdivisions. Next slide, please. So this slide shows that over 4 fiscal years, JMD provided these services in the amount of $1,092,295. And the funding for this agreement was provided through salaries of the vacant positions in Public Works, and then also specific CIP projects and development deposits. And staff is requesting to amend the original agreement retroactively to extend the contract duration from starting from April of 2019 through June 2022. Staff is also requesting to increase the contract amount to the $1,092,295 to cover the staff augmentations through this June 22nd. And with this retroactive consideration of this amendment, the terms of the contract will be met and any outstanding invoices will be settled. And and then we'll subsequently end the agreement in June of this year of 2022. And that concludes my presentation. I guess next slide there.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation on this. How is the extension being funded?
It's all through the salary savings, so we're not asking for any additional funds. It's basically we're coming back and asking just to get the paperwork corrected with the contract and then the terms of the agreement.
You're
But all
asking
the,
us to clean this up, basically.
yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question of risk. I support this, but do they work under their bond, our bond, and the licenses that these people have? Do they work under theirs or ours? And who's checking to make sure that their license to do the work is current?
Right. We do ask for all insurance annually, and we have done other work with this consultant, and part of their insurance is they have to keep all their licensing in good standing order to get the insurance that we require.
So that's checked by HR or
We have now risk management.
risk management? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just, because they sign off on a lot of stuff, and I don't want us to be the one, because we would be the one that's holding the bag.
Right. No, they are
Or if, they're not current in their licenses and coursework and everything.
right. We've hired them to do they are currently overseeing the Foothill Gold Line. And so I absolutely understand your concerns because we are doing other work with them. We have been asking that question and keeping them.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Allison. Understanding this is a cleanup effort, and I expect clarity has been made on the language and the terms, so we don't repeat our
Correct.
process.
Correct.
Good.
Yes. And we are putting processes in place to not allow this to happen again.
Thank you. No other questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, we're good. Then I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve amendment number 1.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second.
I'll second.
Oh, I
Beat you to
believe-
it.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believe that was a second by.
Many buttons in different places. I do not play video games.
By Mayor Davis. I will open up the vote in on base and do a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to new business. Item 13, discuss the cancellation of regular joint meetings for the 2022 summer season, and Deputy City Clerk Records Manager Dominguez to report.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, we're bringing forward an item to discuss annual summer season and for council to provide direction on canceling July and or August city council meetings for a month. As you recall, in previous years, 2019, the city began conducting an annual discussion of upcoming summer sessions and providing direction to staff on going dark. This was because we've got an uptick in vacations that happen both in council and staff, which leaves us with minimal staff, and also to allow council vacation as well. And then we also provide options for you to consider, either option 1 to go dark the month of July 12th and July 26th. Option 2 would be to go dark in the last meeting of July 26th, and first meeting in August 9th. Option 3 to go dark the month of August 9th and August 23rd. It's worth noting also that if there are any items or any addendum items that are anticipated to take place in those months, warrants and demands, monthly investment reports and whatnot would be forwarded to the following meeting once we return. And at this point, we would ask the council to consider these options and provide direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues who actually do go out of town. Mr. Thompson?
Well, I would support the first option 2. There appears to be 2 option 2s, but I would support the 7/26 through August the 9th, except for our city attorney, and he needs to be fully employed during all of that period of time. That's just an inside joke.
I'll move that. I'll second it.
Mr. Friedendahl, any comments?
I rather liked option 3, but I can go either way. But I do have a question. I don't see community development here. Do we have any feel for when the housing element might come back to haunt us if we have to gather meetings to do that?
That's called a special meeting.
Yes, we
Well,
still,
I'm trying to minimize the special meetings in your off time.
It always happens.
yeah.
I understand. So I'm rolling the dice there to decide which period of time that might happen
So
at least.
one of the benefits we have is because of the continuing resolution, should people be on vacation, we can still call a special meeting and hold a Zoom city council meeting if we need if we need final direction. So we are looking at, in terms of the housing element for the special meeting, we're hoping to have a finalized draft 3 to 4 weeks and a preliminary conversation before that. So hope to have some idea before that break if option 2 were to occur. But should the need arise, we'll be back before the council.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, what's your thought?
You know what? I went dark there for a second, but I'm back. Option 2 is the one that would be my preference.
Okay.
I didn't know I made the motion. I thought that you had made the motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was a motion by Councilmember Thompson, a second by Councilmember Alawas to go dark. Last meeting in July, July 26th, and first meeting in August, August 9th, 2022. I will open up the vote and conduct an oral roll call. Councilmember Alawas?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl?
If the library has video game competitions, we will not enter, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
I would agree.
Thank you.
For several reasons.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Davis?
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item 14, an urgency ordinance adopting a military equipment use policy consistent with the requirements of Assembly Bill number 481. And tonight, to present this to us is the amazing and fabulous and wonderful Police Sergeant Jason Tibbet. Welcome, sir.
Hello, how you doing? How you guys doing? Before I proceed with what I'm here to talk about, I just wanted to personally thank each and every one of you for remembering Louis Pompey today for Police Week. Friend of mine, and I'm coming towards the end of my career, and I'm one of the very few at Glendora Police Department who have known and worked with Louis. And it's very important we keep his memory alive. So thank you very much. On to business. A good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. I'm here tonight to speak on the urgency ordinance pertaining to adopting a military equipment use policy as required by Assembly Bill 481 or AB 481. Next slide, please. For background, on September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 481, which requires law enforcement agencies to adopt a military equipment use policy by ordinance. This ordinance and the proposed military equipment use policy have been prepared to meet the requirements of AB 481. Next slide. AB 481 is intended to increase transparency and accountability and provide oversight in the acquisition and the use of military equipment by state and local law enforcement. As part of this oversight, each law enforcement agency's governing body, City Council, to adopt a written military use policy by ordinance. Next slide, please. The requirements of AB 481, which are detailed in California Government Code Section 7070 through 7072, are as follows. The requirements are the use policy draft must be posted on the police department website 30 days ahead of the public hearing today to approve the policy. Our draft was posted on April the 7th, 2022. And as you see on the slide, that is the link that goes into our website, and that's where 481 is. That's accessible to the public. Another requirement is that we must obtain approval by the applicable governing body, City Council, by adoption of a military equipment use policy prior to taking certain actions related to the funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment. Another thing we must do annually is publish an annual report. So if it's approved today, then from here on out, every year, we must provide an annual report to the City Council to be approved. Next slide, please. Also annually is there's actually a review by City Council, and with an option to either disapprove a renewal of a type of military equipment or amend the military equipment use of policy totally if it determines that the military equipment does not comply with the standards. Another annual thing we must do is hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting within 30 days of submitting the annual report. Next slide, please. So our department has drafted a policy that meets the requirements of AB 41. The military equipment identified in the policy is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can be achieved that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. The proposed policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. If we, the police department, purchases military equipment pursuant to the policy, the equipment is reasonably cost effective compared to any available alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. And any military equipment obtained prior to the introduction of this policy met the policy that was in effect at that time. If prior uses do not comply with the current policy, then corrective action will be taken to remedy non-conforming use and ensure future compliance. Next slide, please. So in our policy that we developed, if you take a look at it, it lists specifically every single piece of equipment that we have. And on this slide, it kind of shows what we have. This is what's in the policy. We have a robot, we have distraction devices, we have rifles, a mobile command post, less lethal munitions, an armored personnel rescue transport vehicle, chemical agents, and delivery devices. We've been using this equipment for quite some time, and it's only used by specialized teams and also only trained personnel. In addition, these items, apart from the rifles, of course, are considered less lethal equipment and are to be used for only specific circumstances. The policy includes a detailed description of all the items and their usefulness to carrying out our objectives. Next slide, please. Fiscal impact. The adoption of this urgency ordinance has no direct fiscal impact to the general fund, and maintenance of the equipment and the annual reported required can be absorbed within normal staffing time. Next slide, please. And our recommendation is we need to adopt a city council urgency ordinance entitled an urgency ordinance adopting a military equipment use policy consistent with the requirements of Assembly Bill number 481. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Great report. A couple of questions. I've grown to learn that military equipment is not necessarily defined as surplus equipment obtained from the military, but rather could include military style equipment.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No offense, but that's weird, but okay. And we talk about one of the pieces of equipment we have is the mobile command post. And we have a couple of modern, I'll call them, not military, step vans that are outfitted as command posts that the FSET teams enjoy or get to use when they need to be deployed.
Yes, sir. We have two RVs in the back lot. That one is the mobile command post.
Yeah.
And then the way the policy reads is our mobile command post you have to have operations being run from that particular office. So the bigger one, which is the FSET truck, that is more used as a supply vehicle. So that's not, there's nothing going out. There's no broadcast being made. They're not being run from that particular vehicle. But the smaller unit, which I personally used to work for when I was working on the crisis negotiation team, that qualifies as a military vehicle or military equipment vehicle because operations are being run from that particular unit.
Odd definition, thank you, not your offense, but odd definitions indeed. And then what I've later learned, the Cadillac Gauge, that is in fact a surplus military vehicle that we're going to talk about later, but that's one of them that's on this list as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Thompson.
Nothing to ask. Excellent job. Support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go back to slide 71? I'm sorry about that, Lorraine.
I could have gone over there.
Just when you thought it was safe. So what constitutes a military application or on this? Because you have a robot that can be used for anything, rifles, distraction devices. I've got Mendel here. So how do you define that?
It's what's in the ordinance. It's what's in the law, and that's what they came up with. I don't know specifically the history behind who decided it, but that's the law that was passed, and it specifically states in AB 481 and the government codes that I mentioned, specifically those types of things that we need to list.
So if you were to go off to a used car lot and go buy a Hummer, use both civilian and military, and then you put it in the police department, does that automatically become a military asset?
If it's used in the way that the law wants it to be, if it's used for operations for its ballistic capabilities, I mean, if it's just a Hummer and it's just used, if it's not used for any type of action in a specialized thing like an FSET call out or not, something like that, if it's just used to drive to lunch and back, and it's in our back lot, that wouldn't constitute, but it also depends on how it's used.
So it's all about how it's used. Because you have a rifle here, that's how you use it.
Yes.
So, council member, I would encourage you to look at page 92 and 93 of the attachment to the staff report, section 77, where the legislature defines what constitutes military equipment.
Just saying, right?
People who've never served in the military get to define what is military equipment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you. That was a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I will open up the vote.
To need to read the ordinance by title, please.
Thank you. Yes, that was to approve. Yes, urgency ordinance, City Council Urgency Ordinance 2068, entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Glendora, adopting a military equipment use policy consistent with the requirements of Assembly Bill 481. I will open up the vote and call a roll call. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Tibbetts. All right, that takes us to item 15, approve a purchase order with International Armored Group US Inc. for the purchase of a Sentinel Armored Rescue Vehicle in the amount of $340,000. And tonight to present this to us is Police Support Services Supervisor, Mr. Archibald. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm here this evening to present the purchase of a new armored rescue vehicle. Next slide, please. This is a recent picture of the Peacekeeper, the Glendora Police Department's current armored vehicle. Next slide, please. The Peacekeeper was manufactured in 1980 by Cadillac Gauge, as heard you mentioned, and is built on a Dodge chassis and drivetrain. Compared to today's standards, it is considered lightly armored. Once phased out of military service, they were made available to law enforcement agencies through the 1033 surplus program. Next slide, please. For almost 20 years now, the Peacekeeper has served the Glendora Police Department and FSET with over 100 missions and critical incidents. Currently maintained by the Glendora City Yard Mechanics, the Peacekeeper received an overhaul several years ago, but is still affected by numerous issues such as inadequate braking and steering, an overheating motor, and ongoing leaks, to name a few. The Peacekeeper does not have air conditioning and lacks adequate safety restraints outside of the 2 front seats. Next slide, please. The interior space of the Peacekeeper is very tight. It handles poorly, and due to the ballistic windows, the vision is poor. Once loaded for any given operation, there is almost no room for life-saving measures as well. Next slide, please. Madam Mayor and City Council, I present to you the Sentinel Armored Rescue Vehicle. Next slide, please. The Sentinel is a purpose-built rescue vehicle with armor that exceeds standards, specifically manufactured to respond to critical incidents and rescue scenarios. Additional ground clearance and heavy-duty off-road inspired suspension ensure the Sentinel can gain access into disaster relief scenarios or other rugged environments. Next slide, please. Mechanically, the Sentinel is built on a current proven chassis and powered by a high output turbo diesel motor. It is fully equipped with commercial grade electronic winch, law enforcement lights and sirens, backup camera, and modern safety restraints throughout the entire vehicle. Next slide, please. In comparison to the Peacekeeper, the Sentinel will accommodate more personnel and emergency equipment to include additional stretchers if necessary. Next slide, please. If approved, COPS SL ESF funds will be used for this one-time purchase. COPS, or Citizens Options for Public Safety, was created through AB 3229 in 1996. These funds are distributed through the California Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. SLESF funds are grant funds. The legislation mandates each municipality will receive funds annually to be spent on the frontline law enforcement services. Future awards are anticipated but not guaranteed. Next slide, please. AB 3229 specifies the City Council must approve the disposition of the funds as specified in the written request of the Chief of Police at a public hearing. The Sentinel Armored Rescue Vehicle meets the designation of military equipment based on its ability to carry personnel and is armored plated. Due to this designation, pursuant to AB 481, the Police Department must obtain City Council approval for this purchase and added the vehicle into the military equipment policy. Next slide, please. We recommend that City Council, number one, approves the purchase for the Sentinel Armored Rescue Vehicle in the amount of $340,000 using COPS funds. Number two, approve a budget appropriation, authorizing the administrative director to make necessary budget adjustments. And lastly, authorize the city manager or his designee to execute the purchase order with International Armored Group US Inc., including making minor and non-substantive changes. That concludes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mark. Excellent report. In my heart, I hope it's never used, but in my mind, I know it's going to be used, and I take great pride in being able to support this for the safety of everybody, the citizens, you guys. This is a great tool. I guess the only question that I have is, will this be able to be used for other calls that cities may have that don't have, something like this? I mean, are we going to be able to share it?
Yes, sir.
And share the safety and the resource that it is?
Yes, sir. All the agencies across, not just San Gabriel Valley, but Southern California and throughout, we share mutual aid, is the term, and we share them quite a bit.
Okay,
So yes, sir, absolutely.
great. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedendall. Councilmember Alawas.
Mark,
Yes, sir.
great presentation. 2 questions. Does it have power steering and can council test drive it?
Yes, sir. And I would defer to the second question.
Chicken. No, it's a great resource. I know what you had before is quite old and cumbersome,
Yes, sir.
and I've heard all the horror stories. Be nice for you guys to have equipment, and to what Mendel mentioned, be nice to be able to share this with other cities that may need this if some disaster comes ahead of us. So I'm in full support of you folks and having this equipment.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. This makes the whole new meaning to military style equipment, so it's odd the state wants that. In the price, I see it's not delivered, so is the price including delivery, or how do we get that?
Yes, sir. The price includes the vehicle itself, the delivery, the marking up of the vehicle, the proper marking of the vehicle, as well as the radio. So everything is inclusive in the price. Yes, sir.
Okay, gee, I was hoping a road trip to Florida to bring it back, but
I've already asked.
need a partner? Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you,
Mayor
sir.
Pro Tem?
Thanks, Karen. Mark, we talk about the fact that we share equipment and we work with other departments when the need arises. Is there an inventory, or is there discussion between departments as to Glendora has this type of equipment, so Azusa may have a different type of equipment, and Covina something else? I mean, is that coordinated with other departments?
Yes, sir, it is. Currently, I believe is Laverne has the armor for the FSET, and this would be an additional to that. And again, to create additional opportunities for mutual aid throughout the entire region.
Oh, okay, perfect. I assumed that, but I thought I'd ask. I agree with Mendel. I hope this is a complete waste of money and it's never needed. But unfortunately, in today's world, I'm afraid it probably will be. But I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move items 1 through 3. So you're gonna be able to use this for code enforcement?
I would
Second
say
that.
no. I would say no.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I will open up the vote and conduct a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much,
support.
Mr. Archibald.
Thank you.
Mhm. That takes us to item 16, approve a second amendment to the agreement with Merrimack Petroleum, Inc., DBA Merrimack Energy Group for the delivery of unleaded and diesel fuels to increase the annual agreement amount to $452,000. Piggyback on the agreement between Merrimack Energy Group and the city of Huntington Beach and execute the fourth one-year extension option. Appropriate $83,000 from Vehicle Fund 549 reserves, the fiscal year 2021, 2022 Vehicle Fund Fuel Account 549-6563-51650, and increase the fiscal year 2022, 2023 budget for Vehicle Fund Fuel Account 549-6563-51650 by $183,000 to a total of $489,000. And I read all of that for the city attorney because I know he loves it when every single number.
Very good, and no mistakes either.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And we welcome back Mr. Sled once again. Welcome.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. For this, as you mentioned, for the second presentation, I'll be discussing the recommended amendment to our fuel delivery contract as well as the appropriations. Next slide, please. For a bit of background, fuel prices are driven by a variety of things at multiple different levels. Recently, due to global events, fuel prices have escalated rapidly, starting at the very top of the market chain and ultimately trickled down to end consumers, including government agencies such as Glendora, where pricing for fuel delivery is based on various contracted discounts or increases to what is known as rack pricing rather than a flat rate. Rack or wholesale pricing is the second to last stop in the market chain above retail pricing and is called that after the actual loading racks that fuel delivery trucks pull up to receive fuel at supplier distribution points. As staff observed these increasing costs, it became apparent that an increase to the city's fuel delivery agreement amount would be necessary. And so staff reached out to Merrimack, with whom we currently contract and who has provided these services to the city since 1999, although the current contract dates to 2018. Given that our current extension expires at the end of June 2022, staff also discussed the need to extend again through June 2023. During discussions, Merrimack offered the opportunity that we could amend the contract to piggyback off a different agreement than our original one does with a different pricing model. Merrimack indicated this pricing would present potential savings to the city due to it being based on the Oil Price Information Service, or OPIS's reported unbranded low rack price for the LA area, while the original contract is based on the average overall rack price for the LA area. Next slide, please. So we didn't just take their word for it. So in order to evaluate the offer, staff next analyzed potential gasoline savings, as gasoline is the primary fuel that city vehicles currently operate on and make up the vast majority of the agreement's costs. To do this, staff compared actual invoice amounts over the previous year with what estimated costs would have been under the amendment pricing. This analysis confirmed to staff that there would likely be a future savings on gasoline costs under the proposed amendment. Also worth noting is that gasoline usage has remained relatively stable month to month over the last year and stayed within approximately 10% up or down of the average daily consumption. Next slide, please. After this, staff performed a similar analysis of diesel costs. The city on average receives less than 1 diesel delivery per year. You can see we only used about 10 gallons a day of that over the last period of time. So the analysis extended to 2 years, and anticipated overall savings are reduced relative to gasoline, but are still expected. Next slide, please. Once staff had confirmed that savings were likely, the next calculated a recommended annual amount for a new contract under the amendments pricing using the average gallons used per day and the unbranded low rack pricing listed on the most recent invoice available. Based on this, staff recommends an amended annual contract amount of $452,000 with the option to administratively increase up to $25,000 for additional services if needed. Staff will reevaluate this amount prior to potentially exercising the final extension option next year. Next slide, please. Finally, staff evaluated how much additional funding would be needed in the fuel account for operations through the remainder of the year. To do so, staff estimated anticipated fuel costs for April, May, and June being relatively similar to the most recent Merrimack invoice in March, and then subtracted that amount from the current remaining budget. Based on this, staff recommends a supplemental appropriation of $83,000 from the Vehicle Fund 549 reserves. I can add that I got an invoice for the next month after this report came, and it was similar price to what the last month's was. Next slide, please. So that concludes the presentation. And we actually, based on my discussions with Kyle in finance, amended the recommendation to these 3 items rather than the 4 that were listed in the title page of the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. Is there a way of adding another year to this, or are we maxed out the 1-year extension?
So there's this year extension coming up, and then there'll be 1 more after that we'll be eligible for.
Would it be the same price, or would it be an escalator in it?
Well, the prices change, right? It'd be the same rate based on it'd be the same decrease / increase from whatever the rack pricing is.
So, but what we're extending to right now, it's firm.
It's a firm adjustment to that price. So the pricing for rack pricing changes as the market changes.
So then what are we going to be paying them for this next year on the extension?
We're estimating it at this amount based on current gas pricing.
So we're estimating, so it's not necessarily going to be this number.
The total cost, no, that's what we're estimating based on the rate. There's no fuel contracts out there where they guarantee you what gas is going to cost for the whole year at a flat rate.
So can this rate then can fluctuate, and that overall number can fluctuate, or is this are you asking for a cap on this?
The way the current contract is, there's a cap of $275,000 on the total contract amount, and so this would be extending it to accommodate increased gasoline prices.
Guess maybe I'm not catching this. So is there a total amount then there's a total amount you're asking for, but within that total amount, that price can be fluctuating on that rack through that next year?
The price per gallon can fluctuate up or down. So we could use less than this. So it could go our way as well. Could have a savings.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Thompson?
Well, I think we've all experienced this. I just did the simple math from March of 21 to March of 22, our regular price of gas has gone up 54.62%. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I will stifle my opinion at the moment and support this, although the Mayor Pro Tem and I have kicked around a letter being sent to at least our governor to request some action. I don't know that we've ever landed the plane on that. I think we ran out of gas before we were able to land the plane.
Should've gone
It's on
electric.
cruise control to the way to the ground somewhere. I'm not exactly sure.
The electric, yeah, we should have gone that, and our luck, we would
Battery.
have been in a blackout, so we couldn't have landed the electric plane. At any rate, I don't think we have a choice. We have to do this. Thank you for, your work, and I think the city's experiencing everything that each of us are. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Mr. Friedel?
Thank you, Mark. And as I understand it, this is a agreement for a formula on how to track to the pricing, because the fluctuation of every delivery is spot market and what it does for the day. So I get that. I would encourage our police department let's have a economy driving contest and not a drag race contest with the police cars. We might save a little bit of fuel. But this is fuel, diesel and gasoline, but you mentioned that diesel is typically less than a full delivery in a year. So a question that raised my attention. What's our current storage capacity on diesel? Do you know?
It's about that. I think it's the same storage capacity as a gasoline, so it's a roughly 8,000 gallon tank.
Okay. Do we ever run into a concern for water contamination and deterioration and stabilization of the fuel, storing it that long? Because most diesel wants to be turned because it's crummy fuel. It grows things. It's
Yeah. I mean, in theory, the tanks should be designed to where they're sealed to where that's not really happening, but yes, that could be a concern.
Diesel's pretty crummy stuff. So, okay, just curious. But all right, no other questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One question, are we subject to the same taxes at this level that the general public is? Does anyone know that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, just curious, but thank you. That's the only question I had.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sled. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move recommendations 1 through 3.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas. A second by Mayor Davis, I see. I'm going to open up the vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes, but I just asked our city manager, so if our state should give a refund, a gas rebate, would the city get a refund check for every car that is registered to us?
So
I'm just curious.
Private owners are limited to 2 vehicles, I believe is the case.
Right.
We will find out if the city's eligible, but under that same methodology, it would be 2 vehicles. However, that said, the rebate that was on the table by Newsom, we anticipate it may be in his May revise, which is issued on Friday. But of course, subject to all the dealings at the state level with all parties not coming to an agreement. So we can find the answer to that question, but at most it'd be 2.
Does the city register its vehicles?
Well, they're registered. I
Yep.
mean, they have a license plate, right?
We don't have to have tags, do we, every year?
We even
Correct.
put one on front.
Shut up.
I don't know why that happened, but it just happened. I am sorry, Mr. Alice.
It's because it's past 9 o'clock.
Or as Yogi Berra would say, it's deja vu all over again.
I think we had a trading places at the dais for a moment there.
Well, anyway, yes, my vote's yes.
thank you. Okay, Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
thank you, and Mayor Davis.
Yes,
Thank you, and that passes 5-0.
thank you. All right, and that now takes us to item 17, award a public works agreement to Horizons Construction Company International, Inc. for citywide slurry seal fiscal year 2021, 2022, plan number 1350, and the amount of $172,672.59. Mr. Sled.
All right, this is my last one for me tonight. So as mentioned, we'll be discussing the recommended award of an agreement for the city's FY 21-22 slurry seal capital improvement project. Next slide, please. So during the adoption of the current budget, City Council approved the funding in the capital improvement program for what was termed the citywide slurry seal project with $250,000 of funding each year for both FY 21-22 and FY 22-23 to perform slurry seal work. Slurry seals are a preventative maintenance treatment, and in the right circumstances can be a useful, cost-effective strategy to extend pavement life and defer the need for more costly repairs. That said, they aren't effective for any and all street conditions. Next slide, please. Because of this, staff took several steps to identify the sites recommended here for the FY 21-22 slurry seal project. The first of these was to focus on local or residential streets and alleys rather than arterials. The reason for this is that due to their heavier use, the lifespan of the treatment is reduced and the work itself tends to be more expensive, making it significantly less valuable overall as a preventative maintenance treatment strategy when compared to performing true repairs or reconstructions instead. If you want to imagine it on that slide where it shows that preventative curve, that would be greatly shortened basically if you were doing it on arterials. Next slide, please. The second step staff then took was to review local street conditions citywide using their pavement condition index or PCI data for the most recent pavement management plan or PMP. While the PMP cites ratings of 60-85 as ideal for slurry seal, because of the complexities and subjectivity of PCI numbers, staff searched for streets within 10% of 60 or down to 54, and then where a concentration of those were found, also considered adjacent isolated locations such as cul-de-sacs or very short streets with PCIs as low as 41. Staff next reviewed the remaining streets on a map to identify geographically cohesive areas nearing the point of no longer being suitable for slurry seal as a treatment, and which staff expected would be doable within budget constraints. Finally, staff conducted site visits to confirm condition and verify that the particular nature of the deterioration present was such that it could be appropriately addressed with slurry seal, as not all factors negatively affecting PCI are equal in that regard. This table lists the local streets staff recommends for slurry seal in FY 21-22. You will notice that all locations have a PCI from 54 to 67, other than the single block of Willow Springs Lane, which terminates in a cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. Here you can see a map of the listed streets showing the project will cover a cohesive area, which will enable a strategic approach for future treatments and also make project execution more efficient and timely. Next slide, please. During the process of identifying public streets to slurry seal using capital improvement project funds, water and engineering staff also identified the Hook Canyon Reservoir as a site that could benefit from slurry seal, which is shown here in this image. While the slurry seal work at this location would be performed under the same contract, it is important to note that it would not be paid for by the capital improvement program budget for slurry seal, which is being reserved for public streets. Rather, it would be paid out of the current year's water operations fund account for pump, well, and reservoir repairs. Next slide, please. Once staff had identified a set of locations, we considered our options for procurement and opted to explore the potential of using a Sourcewell Easy IQC contract. Sourcewell is a government agency and purchasing service cooperative that Glendora is a participating agency with, and whose awarded contracts the city can legally utilize under state and local purchasing ordinances. Their Easy IQC program in particular provides participating agencies the ability to utilize competitively bid indefinite quantity construction agreements, which provide a range of benefits to agencies, including access to local pre-qualified contractors, more efficient internal procurement and reduced administration costs, and the enhanced purchasing power of multiple agencies, typically leading to better pricing due to economies of scale. While indefinite quantity construction or IQC contracts are not always well suited for projects requiring significant engineering or unique design, they are often a good fit for relatively generic projects such as slurry seal. Based on this, staff reached out to a local Gordian representative. Sourcewell contracts with Gordian to administer and facilitate the use of the IQC program, but the city pays no fees to and does not contract directly with Gordian as part of their liaison services. After discussions with Gordian, they coordinated meetings between staff and Horizons Construction Company to secure a proposal. Horizons, based in the city of Orange, was awarded an Easy IQC contract through a competitively bid process as an asphalt/paving contractor for Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura counties in 2019, with the most recent extension through August 27th, 2022. Next slide, please. Horizon's final proposal, after discussion and review, totals $177,672.59 and is inclusive of 468,713 square feet of slurry seal, 35,570 linear feet of crack sealing, and all restriping and traffic control necessary to perform the project. This works out to approximately 38 cents per square foot, which is roughly 5% than the typical cost for local slurry seals cited in the PMP, despite that document being finalized at the beginning of 2021 prior to historically high inflation levels. Assuming the project is completed with no need for change orders, there will be a remainder of $72,327.41 in the FY 21-22 budget for slurry seal, which Public Works staff will coordinate with administrative services staff on moving forward to the FY 22-23 slurry seal project, hopefully allowing a larger project next year, depending on pricing. Next slide, please. This is a bit of an add-on that I put on there beyond the contract, but as staff analyzed locations, there were discussions about what potential costs would look like if the city wished to adopt a truly citywide slurry seal preventative maintenance routine. Barring receiving repair or construction, slurry seals typically need to be repeated every 5 to 7 years to prevent further deterioration of the street. Once repaired and constructed, streets in very good condition can also still benefit from slurry seals as preventative maintenance. Shown on the table here are estimated first-year costs if the city were to look to implement a true citywide slurry seal routine for the local streets and alleys on either 5 or 7 year cycles. The upper 3 rows represent an estimate for all asphalt, concrete, local roads and alleys with PCIs of 54 or over for an estimate of what immediate cost to implement would be, while the lower 3 rows represent an estimated cost in today's dollars if all asphalt, local roads and alleys were in appropriate condition for slurry seal, which unfortunately they are not. But it does provide some idea of what the long-term costs could be if we got to that point. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. So since this is slurry, so we don't need to do any engineering?
Not really. It's mostly just getting the layout and they spread out, very thin thing and has no impact on sidewalks.
Much less minimal engineering, yeah.
So how will this affect our PCI rating once this is done?
Slurry seal, as I said, it's a preventative maintenance, so it's not gonna, like a true reconstruction would take the PCI and raise it up to 100 for those segments. Slurry seal's usually gonna add, 10 to 20 points depending on the condition of the road. And it's going to be a shorter lifespan. It's more to prevent the street from deteriorating to where now it can't be slurry sealed. And the only way to repair it would be with true reconstruction. As far as the overall citywide PCI, because of the size of the area and the PCI for the city is weighted by the square footage of our streets, it's not going to make a huge impact to that. It'll be a positive impact, but it wouldn't be something where it's going to jump like, oh, now we're at 70 or something like that.
We're right around 63, I think, right now, somewhere around there.
I think we're 65.6 or 36, I think, at the last one. And it's it gradually deteriorates. So we'd have to, but we've also done repairs. But yeah, around mid 60s.
About 70%, 70 is somewhere around what you kind of want to aim for. I know you like to have 100, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, 85 is the threshold, or 86 is the threshold to be very good. But yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to compare to. Some cities have better than others, but yeah, that would be a good mark would be 70.
So will this be done all at one time?
Yes.
Over a course of how long?
My hope is to have it done by the end of the fiscal year.
But I mean, for the residents though, I mean, they're going to be every other week. They're going to be locked out of a street, or
It'll be sequenced to try and make it as amenable to the residents as possible. And slurry seal, because again, it's preventative maintenance and not like a full reconstruction. The work goes much quicker than it would be if you're having to grind everything out and come in and overlay and stuff like that.
So this is priced as a one-time deal that's going to be on, so they can't break it up?
Break up the,
Well, let's just say we want to hold back maybe 5 or 10% for some unknown street that we need to slurry seal. Can we do that? Or does it have to be one for these areas identified for volume?
no, we could get additional bids from them and we'll have that 70,000 roughly dollars remaining in the year to do other areas if we wanted to. The bids are based on the square footage of the different segments, the pricing, but the pricing that they have will be in theory locked in through the end of August when their contract, the current extension expires, and then they would get another extension.
We would have to use it before then possibly.
To get identical pricing, yeah.
I'd like to see if there's a possibility of holding an abeyance, maybe, 5 or 10% of something like this for some other area in the streets that might need some slurry coat that we didn't identify. Because this is all going to be in one general location. I don't know if that's possible or not with the contract.
I mean, we're going to talk about CIP in general on the next slide, and city council will have the ability to sort of, as we go through the mid-year budget cycle or mid-cycle, to sort of talk about street funding and the amounts of money and what's there and at various price amounts. And I think included in that, a discussion in June will be the potential creation of sort of an ad hoc street pot of funding that would do more of what you're talking about than sort of this. So not to get too much into conversation on what's going to come in June, but I think the more money we can apply to streets, obviously this helps with the overall PCI increase, but the methodology for why staff chose this that Michael went through, I think is an important aspect for why we'd want to do everything that we proposed.
And to Mendel's point, does any of the Measure E money go into something like this?
So having this conversation at a high level, Measure E allows the city, because it's a general fund revenue. So the state of California, in order to be eligible for SB1 gas tax, looks at maintenance of effort. So if it's a straight allocation from the general fund, which Measure E is, it's just tracked for in a separate version in a separate general fund. Gets allocated, that level of maintenance of effort must be continued, else you stop getting the money. So the city finds other ways to offset costs to use other funding types for projects. So Measure E does allow some of these projects to occur. It's just how that money is calculated.
Will Mendel get his sign up there saying compliments of Measure E?
We have branding for Measure E, and so you will be seeing those signs more, yes.
You'll get a t-shirt.
A participation trophy.
Everyone gets one. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
I like this. Thank you. Excellent job. The only question that I have is the striping on some of our streets. There's, I don't know what it's called, but there's like extra special striping crosswalks.
Thermoplastic.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. So is the striping going to be that kind of striping? Because obviously it's at least in my mind, it's a safety, added thing. So I would like to see that, but I don't know if this bid contains that.
I think in this location, it's pretty regular striping. There's no cross because of that's kind of one part of why arterial slurry seal tends to cost more. It's not the only reason why, but it's an added cost to local slurry seal is the amount of striping that you have to redo. So because of the location of this, there's only, I think, maybe 1 or 2 streets that actually have striping that's going to have to be redone. And it's not crossing mechanisms. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Friedendall.
Thank you, Michael. I'm expecting that in the preparation for this, that they'll clean and crack seal and do those things before the overlay of the slurry. And
yes,
looks real nice when it's done. Great. And definitely wise work on finding the economy of scale for the neighborhood with the biggest bang for the buck. So that's good job. Support this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move,
I'll second that.
I'll move recommendations 1 through 4.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I will open up the vote and conduct a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sled. Appreciate it. All right, that takes us to item 18, Quarterly Capital Improvement Program Update and Public Works Director Sweet. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Council. For this quarterly update, I will be concentrating on the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 capital improvement program. Next slide. You've seen this slide before in previous updates, and just for a brief recap, the capital improvement project is part of the 2023 strategic plan improvement and maintain to improve and maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities, and to update the capital improvement plan for 1, 2, 5, and 10-year horizons. On June 22nd, 2021, the City Council approved a 2-year budget, which included the 5-year CIP plan at that time, funding $11 million for 45 projects in the fiscal year 21-22, and then 14.7 million for 50 programmed projects in 22-23, and then 85 million for unfunded and future projects. Next slide. So in one of the last updates, we talked about having an active project CIP update. And so we now have this on our website, along with some other slides showing our pavement management maps and things like that. So since our last update in January, the Public Works staff has been very active in getting this project list up to date. And it includes the planning, design, and construction stages of all of the CIP projects. It's a living document which will be continue to be updated at the end of each month. Next slide, please. So since our last update, we have completed 4 projects, and they're listed here totaling $689,000. And I will have, next slide, please, some photos of some of the completed work. So here was Cullen water and street improvements. Before is on the right and after is on the left. And then next slide, please. And this shows Cullen during construction of installing the water line. And then also on the left is the new sidewalk that was also placed there. And then on the right is the final paving that had happened. They did the grind and then they, I guess this is showing the grinding, but anyway, next slide. And we also completed the ADA ramps and sidewalks, and that included ADA ramps in the country club area. And then sidewalks, we replaced panels, the full length of Gladstone. Any uplifted were either replaced or also there was grinding that occurred. Next slide, please. And this is just showing the construction where they removed the sidewalk and then placing the forms for the ADA ramps. Next slide, please. And then also as part of the ADA ramp project, we had one location on Rimhurst Avenue, which had a drainage issue that was ponding, and it would go basically to the height of the curb, and it would pond out about 8 feet into the pavement. And so we surveyed the flow line, and there had been trees that had uplifted it. And so that was all repaired and corrected. Next slide, please. And we had talked about St. Vladimir earlier. And so we just wanted to show you some construction photos of the water lines being replaced in that area. And we put in the 8-inch wrapped ductile iron pipe. It shows that on the left. Next slide, please. And so this table shows all of our current projects that are somewhere in the construction project, which basically means we have opened the bids and then all the way through actual construction that's happening. So that is the Gladstone Playground project. That one's almost, I guess it's really been completed with the, and I do have some pictures of that, so we'll see them next. And we've started the Gladstone Reservoir, which you approved very recently. And so that is on its way. And then the Lafford, Cossacks, and St. Vladimir Street rehabilitation and the water improvement projects are well on their way and should be done by August. You just approved the citywide slurry seal project. So following this meeting, we will be getting them under contract and starting that project. And then also we have some stormwater projects, and this is one where we are putting some inlet inserts in the basin so that they you have your inlet, and then down in the stormwater basin that'll stop all the trash and leaves from and debris. So it will prevent any contamination of the stormwater. So that is something that is required from our MS4 permit that we had said we would do. All right, next slide, please. So here's some pictures of the Gladstone Playground. The before is on the right and after the poured in place is on the left. Next slide. Just a quick slide of them removing all of the tire. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what they call the surfacing that was, yes. Next slide, please. All right, and so then this one is all of our projects that are currently in design, and you had helped us by approving some packaged projects, and these were water and street projects, and that's Amelia. I'm just going to name the first streets: Bennett, Mauna Loa, and then we also have a Grand and Bennett traffic signal modification, and they are anywhere from 30 to 90% complete. So those are moving forward. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to note here, and then this also includes the council chambers upgrades, and those, it does say the RFP was sent out on the 5th, but it's actually going to be on the 12th. It missed a week. And you recently approved the Finkbeiner Park Stormwater Capture Project, and that we will be working with that consultant here very soon. And then the bottom three are all in the hands of Caltrans that have always a little bit of a struggle to move them forward, but those are back in our radar, and we're making progress on those. All right, next slide, please. Oh, one of the things I do want to note that all those projects that were in design, they total like $6 million in year one, and then $8 million for construction. So we've got a lot of projects moving forward, which is nice. And then this one is just to let you know that one of the processes we put in place was on-call master list, and to utilize consultants, hiring them at a little bit more efficient time. So we will have a couple of plans here that we are already in our radar that will hopefully be programmed next year. And so we can start those following July. Next slide, please. And one of our other tools we've been using is to do some assessments. And so on here, the IT assessment, we actually on the IT, ERP and land management, we've got some consultants hired to move that along. And then on our water master plan is in the middle of, they're moving along on that one too. And so with that, we've stopped a couple of projects like the San Gabriel plant emergency generator, and then the Silent Ranch booster pump, just until we determine if they determine that's what we should be doing next. And then next slide, please. And so again, you just approved a project earlier tonight using our cooperative purchasing agreement. And so this is just showing a sample of 3 roofing projects that we will be starting after July. So anyway, this pretty much concludes my presentation. Next slide, go. Yeah, so this does conclude my presentation, and I just wanted to note that, you know, we have that very first slide, we talked about $1 million in the fiscal year 21-22. And we have $10.1 million under contract. I mean, there's still, you know, that's design and then the eventual construction. And so that's kind of exciting. We're getting these projects moving with these processes that you've approved for us earlier in the year. And then for our next quarterly update, we will be talking more about the pavement management plan and what our next steps are in regards to that. So, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. That's exciting to see all those things. Mr. Friedendall.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. Great report. And it is in fact exciting to see progress and measurable results. So thank you very much.
Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Allison. Great report. Just a couple quick little questions. Are we hitting our budget estimates and our schedule?
Part of our active projects list is to really take a look at that. And so far on our schedule, yes, we're hitting our schedules. The budget, in all fairness, how we've budgeted is all for design and construction. And we haven't really had to, I mean, and we've repackaged them all, so they've kind of got shifted around a little bit. But so far for the design, it's been what we've expected. We do have one project that will be becoming, and Valerie mentioned it about the CDBG. We've packaged 2 years together. And so far we've got decent prices. So we'll see on that one too. That'll kind of indicate, you know, what the future brings. I mean, we are all crossing our fingers on pricing. For a while there, even the St. Vladimir was delayed a few months due to the supply chain and pipes. So we've got that too.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Thompson.
Well, this is really fun. And you want to talk a little bit about what's going to happen on Saturday at the Gladstone Park? I mean, these pictures are incredible.
And maybe, oh, John's not here.
So
you've been a part of that. I don't know if Adam, are you?
We will be celebrating the grand opening of the 2 parks playground equipment that you saw there with the pour in place. So and just add that, you know, the city council also has authorized staff to move forward on new pour in place and upgrades to Fink Finder that we talked a little bit about too. But our first chance to cut a ribbon and celebrate some park improvements will be at Gladstone, and soon you'll see we'll have new parking lot, expanded parking lot there as well.
And that's Saturday at 10 o'clock, I think. And so
Yes, sir.
Kudos to you and your staff and everybody that's been a part of that.
Well, I will say on the Gladstone Park, it has been community services. So
Okay,
Danielle
good.
has been the one working very hard on that.
Good.
So.
Well, excellent. Great job. Thanks.
I thought you were going to ask her about Amelia.
Yeah, me too. I was waiting.
When you said, oh, I want to know.
No, I saw that the
Are the plans
work is
30% or
being-
60%? I couldn't tell which was.
Design is being done, so that's good. And just to let you know, there's people that are very involved with this. You know, Allison and I have been invited to a neighborhood watch party to celebrate sidewalks, ramps being put in. And so that's just how much that citizens are engaged. And I think it's a wonderful thing. So thank you for all of that.
All right. No, but I do appreciate all your support and everyone. This was definitely a team effort as we move forward. So it is exciting because I do like to pave streets and I do like to dig things up. So.
Well, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Boyer is going to want an invite to that Amelia ribbon cutting, but go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. No questions. Great job, Allison. It's nice to see this stuff moving forward.
Very good. Thank you again for all your hard work and to your staff's hard work. And with that, I will entertain a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I will open up the vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to member and staff closing items. Anyone have any closing comments?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Raymond, Mr. Winder. Yes, we thank you for that keen observation. Any department directors? No? All right. Well, with that, then we are adjourned at 9:50. Thank you, everyone.